really glad you can join us. This is the 7th edition of this workshop. We started back in 2015, I think. We've had it almost every year since then. And this year we had over 20 paper submissions, and there's still quite a vibrant community working in remote physiological sensing, particularly from computer vision. So excited to have a number of great presentations, particularly focusing on computer vision and multimodal applications of sensing health information from data about either patients or consumers. We've got 2 keynote speakers, Professor Jake Sunshine, who will be talking about detecting cardiac and pulmonary emergencies using devices, and in particular, focusing on audio sensing, something that I think we can learn tools from to bring across the computer vision space. And Professor Ronnie Sengupta from UNC, who'll be talking about inverse vision and graphics applied to health. So again, this year we've tried to focus on bringing in people from other areas to sort of share insights, or overlapping areas, share insights that we can kind of learn from in the RPPG or in the computer vision based health sensing space. We will have a few people joining on Zoom as well. So for all the speakers, just a reminder, if you can join the Zoom call before you come up to the podium. And then the easiest thing to do is plug your computer in, check that you can see what you want on the screen here. And then on Zoom, click share your screen and share the view that you want the people online to see. I will handle the audio, so for them to hear the room and to see the room. So you shouldn't need to unmute your device so you can leave on Zoom. You can leave your Zoom muted and your video off, unless you want to turn your video on. But please mute your audio to avoid feedback. I think that's all the kind of admin in place. I do just want to thank everyone again for coming. Excited to see more data sets and open source tools as well in this space, and look forward to kind of learning from everyone about the work you've been doing. So without much further ado, I'm going to invite Professor Jake Sunshine to come up. And I'll give you a brief bio, sort of relatively informal. I've known Jake for a number of years now, through collaborations at the University of Washington and also at Google. And his work has really sort of pioneered the idea of using everyday devices to detect emergency events, a very challenging but also very important space, and a space in which there's a lot of potential for everyday devices to have impact, as they're around us all the time, sensing. Jake has won numerous awards from NSF to fund this work. He's launched a spin-out company and published a number of high-profile papers in this space as well. So looking forward to your talk. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thanks so much. Let's see if I can get this out of here. Good, perfect. Okay. Great. Okay, I've muted myself. There. Okay, great. Thanks so much, Dan. It's really good to be here. My first time at this conference, and I'm super happy to share some of the work that I do.
Sorry, Jake, I'm sharing your screen. Sorry, I forgot to remind you. On Zoom. Yep. Oh, sorry, I think that's me. Okay.
We good?
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks so much, Dan. I'm really happy to talk about my work today. This is my first time at this conference. Yeah, I'm reviewing the guide. It's just incredible, all the work that's going on here, and happy to share some things that I think are going to be complementary, even though I'm not working directly in the computer vision space. First, a sort of way of disclosures above is who's funded my work, and then I have a commercial relationship to disclose. I'm also a research scientist at Google, in addition to my appointment at the University of Washington. So, brief outline, I'll give a little bit of some motivation for my work, the sensing platforms of interest, with a focus on smartphones and smart speakers. I'll talk about the different sensing approaches involving sonar, audio classification, and then briefly touch on some studies demonstrating proof of principle, and then wrap up with sort of like next steps where I think this area might be going. And I think I'll start with sort of an approach to innovation and sort of what sort of motivates me to do some of this work. And that's sort of this idea that, throughout history, there's been a lot of innovations that in many instances have been sort of involved repurposing existing technologies for previously unimagined applications. And so, going back to, say, this is from 1958, you have this sort of off-the-shelf oscillator that a researcher was tinkering with and inadvertently discovered that with some minor modification, it could create rhythmic pulses that sort of could mimic the rhythmicity of the heart. And so he found this out and tried to work with some collaborators to see sort of what could be done with this. And then a couple of years later, this led to the development of the first cardiac pacemaker. About a decade later, taking another example, you have this commodity compound used in agriculture called sodium azide. It was used as a pesticide for keeping potatoes fungus-free. And someone had this sort of ingenious idea that this could be used to rapidly inflate an enclosed space. And this is sort of what generated the first instantiation of the modern airbag. So both of these are sort of examples of these sort of commoditized products, pretty unremarkable, that were transformed into things that have saved probably hundreds of thousands, maybe even sort of millions of lives. And so I think it's just really sort of tantalizing to think about what products might be around us right now, these sort of everyday devices that could be transformed for potentially life-saving applications in the domains of sort of health and safety. And that's sort of a big motivation for my work and the things that I focus my time on. And so why smart devices? So these devices, they're everywhere. They're pretty low barrier. They're predominantly software, in which case they can sort of scale, which you can't do with the previous things that I just sort of mentioned. And I think that they're incredibly capable. And to sort of highlight that, I'll give you a quick example. This is an X2 monitor used by Philips. I'm also a physician. I'm an anesthesiologist. This is something that we use in the operating room, also the ICU. This is a device that was developed in the 80s. You can see it sort of specs on the bottom there. Just a pretty small CPU, minimal storage, and yet this is something that if you get surgery, this is what someone while you're unconscious would be used to monitor you. And then you compare that to sort of our everyday devices, and there's just sort of vast differences in the capabilities of these devices compared to what's used in sort of a safety critical context like a hospital or an operating room. And so it's exciting to think about, well, what could you do with one of these devices that we have in our homes, we have in our pockets? Maybe we're wearing them on our wrists that maybe have the same or far superior capabilities than devices that we use in sort of a hospital environment. And so here's just, these are the plugins to that machine. And there's been a lot of exciting work using various different sensing modalities that can kind of get us closer to everything that this capable but not very smart device can use, device that we use in hospitals. And sort of what I'm going to focus on is the ability for sort of respiratory sensing for some of these devices. And the first area that I'm going to talk about is the area of active sonar. So, all of these devices, they have speaker and microphone arrays. They're capable of transmitting sound. This work that was done in collaboration with Sham Golakota and others who I'll talk about. This is basically transforming a smart device into a portable respiratory monitor. So emitting high frequency tones, usually 18 to 20 kilohertz. Those sound waves go into the environment. They reflect off of things. They have frequency changes associated with them. But the frequency changes are unique, that are relative to a moving chest versus, say, a coffee cup or a light that you might have. And so if you can tease out those reflections that are specific and within the range of breathing, you're able to sort of tease out what somebody's respiratory rate might be. And so here's an example of that. This is a prototype smart speaker that we built in the lab. It's on sort of a bedside table connected to a tablet, which hopefully you can appreciate sort of the sinusoidal waves right there, capturing somebody's breathing. And so lots of things you can do with this. And, so what have we focused on? So, just to give you a couple of examples, people who breathe too fast, that can be related to sort of respiratory infections, things that are sort of more consumer health facing. You can use this for sort of sleep tracking. You can get into sleep stages by respiration. And then on the other extreme is what happens when you stop breathing. And so that's obviously a time-sensitive emergency, and that's associated with a very, very common time-sensitive emergency that's a huge public health problem right now, that I'm sure everyone is familiar with, and that is deaths due to opioid overdose. And so that's what happens when people have these sort of drug toxicity accidents, is they stop breathing. And so for people who aren't taking, those substances illicitly or as directed, we have these profound respiratory centers in our brain that can sense decrements in oxygenation, or if our CO2 gets high. That's why we can't hold our breath indefinitely. When people take these drugs, and especially in high doses, they lack those responses, and they really get into trouble, particularly if they have a toxicity accident in an unwitnessed environment. And so, so the thoughts are, and this is obviously spiked due to, mostly changes in sort of the drug supply related to fentanyl, which is a very, very potent drug that suppresses breathing and can make you just stop breathing immediately once you're exposed to it, even for the first time. And so sort of the challenge and opportunity here is we have hundreds of thousands of people, this is just in the US, sort of dying alone or among impaired or untrained bystanders. Most people carry a cell phone, and this includes people who are engaging in sort of high-risk opioid use activities. The prices of these devices are so low now, and like I said, they all have speakers and microphones. And so could these be used to monitor people's breathing and call for help if they were to get in trouble? And software can do this at low cost, and like I said, lots of people carry these devices. And this approach is really sort of like a harm reduction model, which, if people aren't familiar with that, that's sort of like keep people safe until they can kind of help themselves. And that's a common theme that comes up with people who have opioid use disorder. And so, when we interview people who are engaging in these high risk behaviors, it's an awful, awful sickness. But people typically don't want to hurt themselves. And so they're willing to do things that can make themselves incrementally safer. And so hopefully they're able to get the help they need. And so this is really kind of summarizing the problem we're trying to solve. People are experiencing respiratory failure when they are exposed to these, and we're trying to minimize the time from when they get resuscitation. And that's what we think these systems can do based on the fact that they have this communicative capability. And I think one thing that's like unique about opioid overdose is this is like one of those things, there's sort of few clinical entities that are like this, where you can have one of these accidents, have too much of a substance, but then there's an antidote. We've probably all heard of naloxone or supportive respiratory care. So this is like one of those clinical entities where you can basically be on the brink of death and then be like yourself 5 minutes later if you just get this medicine. It's completely reverses it. It displaces all the opioids on those respiratory depressant receptors, and you're basically normal. That's not the typical case for people who are experiencing life-threatening injuries. Usually there's like a long, long road of like, recovery or things like that. You think of a bad car accident. So it's a very, very unique opportunity, but you just need to be able to find people if they're in trouble and connect them with resuscitation. That's becoming more and more available as naloxone is becoming more and more available. So how do you build an algorithm for this? This is not easy. You can't just have graduate students or medical students or residents come into your lab and experience an overdose. That's not possible. But one of the unique opportunities that does exist is the operating room. So you may or may not be aware of this, but we give fentanyl all the time. It's like a routine medication that's given in the operating room, and but we do it with people are monitored, and when we can do it sort of safely. And so, had this idea that, could we use these events that are kind of happening safely and build algorithms to detect breathing impacted during this sort of routine thing that happens, many, many hundreds or thousands of times every day within these sort of safe laboratories of the operating room. The other place we can do this is we're in Seattle, Washington. We're not too far from Vancouver, BC. It's maybe 2.5, 3 hours away. And they have a supervised injection facility there, which I'll talk about in a moment. So these are spaces where people engage in sort of high risk opioid use activities under the supervision of medical professionals. So I'll talk about that in a moment. But first the operating room. So this is the operating room. This is how some of our initial experiments looking to measure breathing when people stop breathing pharmacologically. Emphasize a couple things here. First is we've got a radar module there. We've got a smartphone that is deploying active sonar, and then we have sort of a respiratory impedance monitor. And then, also just want to highlight this, that all the other studies that I'm talking about are done under an IRB. These were all healthy participants previously scheduled for their surgeries who consented to basically have about 30 extra seconds of apnea time under medical supervision. So that can sound dangerous under the care of an anesthesiologist. It's not that big of a deal. You can imagine holding your breath for that long, and then we give people super physiologic doses of oxygen beforehand, where you can be apneic for far longer than 30 seconds. In any case, so we got them set up. We had a safe apnea time of 30 seconds. And you see a nurse anesthetist in the background of that photo who has a stick of propofol, which we give in combination typically with fentanyl. And this is a potent respiratory depressant cocktail, which will take someone from just breathing normally to basically have cessation of breathing. And so we're able to safely do that. The next area that we collected data was at Insight in Vancouver, BC, this is a supervised injection facility. This is a place where people, like I mentioned, are able to bring their drugs obtained, it's almost all illicit drugs that are used there. People bring them in, they have these monitored stalls, and they can basically engage in these high-risk behaviors under medical supervision. So it's really sort of this incredible laboratory to collect data, again, under informed consent for people to have themselves monitored when they're engaging in these behaviors. And so there's a lot of people that cycle through there each day, and they do have overdoses. They're still rare. And then they also offer other services. So it's really this like amazing public health resource. I think there may be a handful now within the US. I know we have an international audience here. They may have them in other countries, but this is something that's very, very new in the United States, but has been around in Canada for decades. And so what did we do? We used just a smartphone there for collection of active sonar data. This was a graduate student at the time, now a faculty member at Cornell Tech, Rajalakshmi Nandakumar. And so what we would do was people would come in, they would consent, they would put on a respiratory belt over their chest, and then they would inject the drugs that they had brought in. We would measure their baseline respiration for a minute and then 5 minutes after. And we were looking for respiratory rates that went below or were equal to 7, and then apnea events lasting 10 seconds or greater, which is an FDA definition for that. And so this is what it looks like. We had about 209 people consent to this. We had 115 to develop this algorithm and then evaluated it over 94. You can see the age distribution there. Most people were using heroin at the time. Probably 95% of the drug supply in Vancouver had fentanyl in it. So virtually all these people were taking fentanyl except the people below who somehow were able to get some medical grade opioids that didn't have fentanyl in them. And we could see that the outcome of interest, this sort of respiratory depression with 7 or earlier, or 7 or less, excuse me, was quite common. About half of people experienced this. And just sort of as an aside, if you're admitted to the hospital for some reason, we sometimes have these criteria called rapid response criteria, one of which is if you have a respiratory rate that's below 8, that is sort of an indicator to have your clinical team come to the bedside and kind of say, what's going on? Does this person need up hearing? And that people are experiencing this like every day in unmonitored environments. Here it was monitored, but just to give you a sense for like how significant it is to have a respiratory rate of 7 or below. And we saw people, look, we can see less than 5 getting to even 2. So people are really, really taking high risks when they use these substances. And so here was our sensitivity and specificity. As people probably know from the vision, from vision work, this is not easy. So, but that's still, decent performance for what we're talking about here. And then we also had sort of these central apnea events, probably easier to measure, cessation of complete breathing. You're not trying to count peaks or anything. And so this, the performance was a little bit better. And so this was published in Science Translational Medicine several years ago. And then sort of as follow-up for this, I know there's some graduate students in the audience. This is one of those examples where, we had a spin out company and really kind of took this. We made lots of changes along the way, but took this from sort of a prototype to something that was cleared by the FDA. I want to be clear, and this is not specifically for detecting opioid overdose. This was just for respiratory monitoring on a smartphone. So software as a medical device. It was the first clearance for active sonar to be able to measure somebody's respiration. And so what about other conditions? Opioid overdose, huge public health problem. What other opportunities are there related to sort of time-sensitive emergencies, things that have these sort of effective evidence-based intervention if they're initiated rapidly, similar to naloxone. And in this case, we were also interested in finding something that can affect people across the age spectrum. And so this was important not to just sort of focus on one particularly high-risk group, but to approach something that kind of like affects maybe any one of us. And so this led us to out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. Really, really common problem, similar issue of evidence-based intervention, really, really challenging in an unwitnessed scenario where these events are virtually sort of unsurvivable. A couple of famous people have experienced these. It does skew older, but just to kind of emphasize, this can kind of happen to anyone. We have some elite athletes here. First, we have Christian Eriksen. He's a European football player from Denmark. I think from Manchester United. He had a cardiac arrest on the field, I think like 3 years ago to the day. And then I think yesterday he scored a goal for the Denmark national team. So again, emphasizes if you can find people quickly, and all of these 3, all of these 4 had these events in witness scenarios, people can go on and lead sort of normal lives. Next to him is Damar Hamlin. This was someone who experienced a cardiac arrest in front of millions of people on Monday Night Football, and also successfully resuscitated and is playing sports again. And then last, we have LeBron James's son, and then Princess Leia, Carrie Fisher, also experienced one of these events. She passed away not long after that due to complications of that. And that's a part of these events, and that's just something that people need to accept. You can't save everybody, but just to emphasize, this can really kind of happen to anyone. And I just want to just briefly, people commonly and understandably conflate the difference between sort of cardiac arrest and heart attack. Cardiac arrest is sort of this electrical phenomenon. The heart's electrically dysregulated, either ventricular fibrillation or it's not going at all, but it's not squeezing enough to have sort of a pulsatile rhythm. And this is versus a heart attack, where people can say, oh, I'm having chest pain. They're not adequately oxygenating their heart in one of their coronary arteries. So both time-sensitive emergencies, but cardiac arrests are much more time-sensitive. To avoid anoxic brain injury, people need rapid resuscitation immediately within minutes, or they're not going to survive or have really terrible debilitation afterward. So just to clarify that, what we're talking about is on the left here, it's cardiac arrest. And so just to kind of emphasize how big of a public health concern this is, this is something that this is a mandatory component of the Chinese educational curriculum. You have to learn CPR. In Germany, if you want to get a driver's license, you have to learn CPR. In the US, this is like one of the only shared trainings where 65% of all Americans who are adults have said that they've been trained in CPR. And we also just make fantastic investments in sort of like infrastructure. We put these like complex medical devices, everywhere probably within this conference center. We do this in office spaces, on public transit. And we do all of these things because everyone recognizes these are time-sensitive emergencies and that you can sort of save someone if you identify these events quickly and get someone resuscitated efficiently. And it's also unique that this is like one of the only medical conditions where we train lay people. Like you have to go to medical school, you don't have to go to nursing school to learn how to diagnose and identify these kind of like dangerous events and even treat them. And that's pretty incredible. We don't do that for a lot of things, but we sort of have this huge societal recognition of how important it is. And yet for sort of all these massive infrastructure investments, training and equipment and all these things, public health campaigns, it like all rests on this foundational assumption that there will be someone there to sort of observe your event and then call 911 and treat you on your behalf. And we know that that's not always the case. So there are about 400,000 deaths per year in North America, and about half to 3/4 of cardiac arrest events are unwitnessed. And what's incredible here is the difference in survival for experiencing a witnessed event versus an unwitnessed event. The difference is substantial. So I don't know if all of you appreciate this, but you're now, Seattle has some of the best CPR and cardiac arrest outcomes in the world because there's a rich tradition of research and innovation related to resuscitation here. And so the internal data from Seattle and King County, there's about a 4x difference in survival if you have a witnessed event versus an unwitnessed event. So like if you had a drug that 4x'd somebody's survival for like any clinical ailment, like that would be a blockbuster. It's like a really, really big increase in survival. And witness status plays a huge role in that. And so most of these events, they also occur at home. And sort of getting back to this witness status is, the goal of this work that I, will share is really, can we convert unwitnessed people into witnessed victims? Because there's, I think, a transformative opportunity there to improve outcomes. And it's really kind of different from the paradigm that we currently have, which requires a human witness. So could a smart device detect these events and call for help? And so I think there's lots of options that we could use to detect these events that commodity devices are capable of. First, on the left here, we've got EKG. We know that our watches now can sort of measure AFib. That, of course, requires someone to complete the circuit to measure on themselves. Not really possible in a situation like this where you're in no state to be able to do that. PPG is also very, very interesting. There's been some groups in Europe who have looked at that. IMU is also interesting, given the fact that, I don't know if people have seen these collapsing events for the people I showed a couple of minutes ago. These are not subtle. You're not perfusing your brain, the lights go out. These are really kind of violent, unbraced falls. And so is there a role for sort of IMUs and being able to detect these? And then of course, video. I think based on those falls, as well as the fact that people aren't oxygenating when these events occur. And so that leads to people turning blue, turning gray. There are other visual signals that are associated with these events that I think are really, really interesting and honestly a little bit underexplored, in part because of experimental constraints. But I think there's a huge role for video in identifying these events. And then sonar and radar, there's work related to measuring heart rates with these modalities. Sonar, you got to be pretty close to do it, but it can be done with radar as well. And then also with breathing associated with it. But one of these that I haven't mentioned is audio. And that's an area that we've explored. And then here, I just have, this is a strip of someone who has had a cardiac arrest. This is indicative of someone who's in ventricular fibrillation. This is a respiratory plethysmograph where you can see it's just sort of a flat line. There's no respiratory motion. That's not always the case. This is someone who's got a catheter in an artery. You can see a little bit of noise there. And then, of course, the EKG, which is sort of the gold standard to measure if someone's in cardiac arrest or not. But anyway, this is just a highlight. There's different modalities that you could approach to identify these events. And then what I'm going to focus on is audio. And so you're probably wondering, how does that work? So about half of people who have cardiac arrest experience a phenomenon called agonal breathing. And this is sort of a preserved brainstem reflex in the setting of profound hypoxia. So lack of oxygen, your brain is going to do sort of what it can to try to get some oxygen. And so what's interesting about this is like a never normal sound profile. It's quite distinct, and it sort of makes it an interesting biomarker. And it's also really, really important to guide people on whether or not they should be getting CPR or not. Because if you're breathing normally, you shouldn't have someone pushing on your chest hard enough to break your ribs. But if you have agonal breathing, you're likely in cardiac arrest and you need CPR immediately. And so disambiguating this two is complicated, especially for sort of a lay bystander. So it's really, really important. And then, so I've got some audio here. I just want to warn people if they're, this is a 911 call. This is from a training curriculum for EMS systems and dispatchers. So I'm just going to play this for you so you can kind of hear about this and kind of understand why it's important.
No, he's passed out. His breathing is irregular. Can you put the phone near him so I can hear how his breathing sounds? Yes. Ma'am? Ma'am? Hello? He's not responding. I'm trying to break him, but he's not responding. Okay. Can you see his chest rising and falling? Because it doesn't sound like he's getting good air. Yeah. Yeah. He would stop breathing in. Okay. I'm going to try CPR him. I want to see him flat on his back. Okay.
Okay, so you heard that. This was a real phone call, a dispatcher trying to walk someone through identifying if someone needs CPR or not, given that this is such an important biomarker for identifying if someone's in cardiac arrest. So, I mentioned a moment ago that Seattle-King County has some of the best resuscitation outcomes in the world, and that's because they have this very, very robust R&D program. So every cardiac arrest call, they review what happened during the call, what happened on scene. They just have this ingrained process of process improvement. And so they have this pretty large database of these phone calls. And so there's really crisp audio that they have in their database of that dispatcher asking the witness to put the phone next to the victim's mouth to see if they're experiencing agonal breathing. So it's just like this incredible resource to try to train a model to develop. And so that's what we did. As far as, to have a balanced evaluation class, we thought that it would just be too easy to differentiate between sort of ambient household noise, just given how different this was. And so we thought that the closest thing that we could find that was sort of non-pathologic, but that was related to this, would probably be found in sort of a sleep study environment, where people are at risk for sleep apnea, they snore, they have, they may have an apneic event, they may like startle, come to and gasp and things like that. You obviously can't have a system that's calling 911 if that's happening. And so you can see sort of our pipeline and then what these sounds look like in sort of the frequency domain as well as just the regular audio. And so we were able to basically take those audio clips, play them over the air at different distances, have a phone, collect that audio, and then a smart speaker, and see how well we could classify it. And this is sort of a contrived experiment, but you're kind of a challenging experimental environment. And so we were able to see that it was pretty good at classifying these events, pretty high sensitivity. But even if you see a specificity that's like that high, that's still probably not good enough for real world use. And part of improving the sensitivity was having not just classifications, but putting in heuristics that required you had to have a couple in place for a classification to be made in order to improve the performance of these classifiers. So yeah, so just brief summary, takeaway. I hope everyone can kind of appreciate that accurate classification of sort of breathing patterns associated with both opioid toxicity accidents and cardiac arrest is likely possible with commodity smart devices. I think this is like sufficient proof of principle. You can do this using sort of inaudible sonar as well as audible sound. And I think there's lots of opportunities for these other sensing modalities to help do this. And I think that early recognition just represents this huge, vast opportunity for transforming outcomes here. All this research has been done about optimizing sort of every link in this chain of survival, how the EMS gets there, how CPR is done. And I don't want to say we've like reached, we can't improve there. I think we can, but I think the really, really big changes are going to happen with transforming this witness status and doing work that enables early recognition. And I think all these systems that we all do research with are capable of doing this. And so I'm really optimistic that this is where things are going. Just other acknowledgements. I talked about Raja Lakshmi, who's at Cornell Tech, Justin Chan, who was involved with the cardiac arrest work. He's now on faculty at CMU, Anran Wang, who's at Google, a research scientist, and then Sham Golakota, who's at UW, who's a collaborator of mine in the CS department. So I'll stop there. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Jake. We've got time for questions.
Yeah, so very interesting work. I'm wondering what level of false positives is acceptable, and can you get there?
Yeah, it's a great question. So implementing a system like this, like for sure requires stakeholder input. We've spoken with EMS systems, both sort of the leadership, as well as the dispatcher, as well as sort of the boots on the ground, to have them kind of weigh in on that. I don't think there's any sort of magic number. I think what they tell us is, if this is happening, a couple times a month, it's probably okay. I think people don't really appreciate, there's actually a lot of false positives right now with cardiac arrest. People, call someone, say they see someone collapsed, EMS does all these things, they show up, person might actually be fine, person might not even be there. So this is already like a routine part of the EMS experience. But I would argue, like to your point, the false positive issue, I think, is actually more important in some ways. And so these systems, they're not usable if you have excessive false positives. So I think that they actually be built around specificity to begin with, or else they'll just no one will adopt them if they're calling 911 all the time. And even if that's at sort of the expense of sensitivity, it likely would be, right? And you have to realize, and I only say that because of like the status quo of these situations. Again, you have sort of an unsurvivable event in an unwitnessed setting. So you could argue that a sensitivity, anything that's greater than 0 that leads to like, lives saved is okay. That's pretty low. I don't think I'd want to launch something that has 1% sensitivity, but that is what you're dealing with. And so I think that it's possible, but it requires feedback from stakeholders to make sure and that they're aware of these things and that they have input into them.
Probably didn't get this correctly, but with the sonar application in the beginning, the output of the speaker, does the different kind of waveforms that you put out matter, and which waveform is best? How do you
Yeah, so yeah.
you very much? You briefly talked about sensing modalities, particularly kind of video might be unexplored. Do you have any intuition for how something like video could help with the vaginal breathing, for example, see at the cost of having to have a video call rather than?
Yeah. I mean, I think if video were in play, I think there would probably be other signals that would probably be more performant than agonal breathing. I mean, because once you have an audio-based thing, like the audio's got to be on all the time. And I think that some of the changes that you might see with video, like, especially like discoloration, like that's going to be a very sensitive and specific indicator that something is wrong. So like my intuition is that video would probably be superior to audio. Audio's, you can just, audio is interesting because all these devices have speaker and microphones. There's, quite a bit of work around, privacy preserving audio. It's a complex topic, but we, thought about that. Products have been introduced into society that have always on microphones. That's not the case yet, I think, for some of these video modalities, particularly within the home. Yeah.
Talking about audio and sonar, both of them kind of the same fundamental hardware. One of them uses a much higher bandwidth. Have you thought about the potential for the trade-offs of doing some sort of multimodal sensing, emitting active sonar with this ultrasonic range, but still doing some sort of more basic audio classification in the audible range? Is there some way to pair those together? Or?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, you could do that, just given the frequencies that you're using. One of the works that we've done is, that I didn't talk about here, from Anran Wang, is using white noise to, which is in the audible range, but also embedding sonar within it to be able to measure respiration. So that was a project that we did with neonates. I think you probably have added benefit of doing that. It's, I think, more like computationally complex if you're doing both at the same time. But I think probably you would see some incremental benefit of doing both versus one. And you'd probably be limited to how that could scale, like hardware-wise. Probably not everything's capable of doing that. Like particularly some like lower cost smartphones, I guess. Yeah, that's a great question.
Thanks for the presentation. In terms of fairly ubiquitous smart devices, what is Wi-Fi as a modality in sensing the realm?
Yeah, it's a great question. I know there's been work looking at Wi-Fi enabled vital sign monitoring. Much of the stuff that we've done, it is in sort of this like contained paradigm of the device being somewhat close to you. I think it would be hard for coverage purposes to rely on Wi-Fi versus some of these other things, which assume that there's going to be some proximity to the individual. But yeah, I would love if people, if you have work or things that you think that that's not right, I'd love to hear about that, because yeah, that's another ubiquitous thing. It's privacy preserving. It's just complex. Yeah.
I just have one additional question. So, I mean, you acknowledge that like many of these experiments are still in somewhat contrived environments just because of the challenge of conducting them. is there statistics about how many of these events can happen in the home or in different environments that allow you to sort of at least be confident that it would generalize to certain?
Yeah.
You didn't comment kind of on where this might be.
Yeah.
If someone's walking around with a phone in their pocket that's sensing it, or if it's on
great question. There's definitely epidemiology on how frequently these things happen in the home. It's pretty high. So I think we have good coverage there. Where you place the device, I think we've always, in the paper on agonal breathing, just assumed it would be in the bedroom, because that is a common place where these events can occur. And there are some papers, like some really good ones in Japan, that classify like the room where these events occur, because all this stuff is written down once EMS is deployed. Not much of this is probably done. I should have emphasized that, probably within the pocket. The sonar stuff, it's not in the pocket. It's not monitoring you. It's way too noisy to do that. So some of these things, they've got to have sort of, at least with the sonar base, obviously need a clean line of sight. I don't think we're there yet, probably, for in the pocket, audio, just quite yet. So most of this is envisioned on a nightstand in sort of a public common room within your house, to sort of capture these signals. And you can't do this stuff prospectively. These things are so rare that you'd be collecting data, forever before you have an actual event. It's just one of these really challenging experimental experimental environments for this type of work. So yeah.
Right. If there's no other questions, I just want to thank Jake again. Really important topic. And now we're going to move on to a session of paper talks. And so I invite up our first speaker.
Share it. Lovely. I have to quit and reopen Zoom.
Oh, okay. Oh, take your time.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Ivan Veleslavov, and I'm delighted to be presenting our paper on pediatric pulse rate measurements with remote photoplethysmography on behalf of my co-authors and colleagues working at Lifeline. As most people in the room will know, but for the benefit of those who don't, remote photoplethysmography, or RPPG, is a non-invasive technique which can be used to measure vital signs, including pulse rate. As the heart beats, blood volume changes in the microvasculature of the skin cause alterations in light absorption patterns. At Lifeline, we aim to capture these micro blushes using smartphone and tablet cameras, where we believe that the integration of RPPG technology has the potential to streamline the triaging process within emergency department settings and also become an invaluable tool for continuous monitoring within the home environment. Indeed, our ultimate goal is to transform personal health management by turning every camera-equipped smart device into a self-monitoring healthcare platform. Whilst our previous research efforts have focused on predicting and validating a range of vital signs in adult populations, including blood pressure, pulse rate, and respiration rate, we believe that remote technologies for pulse rate monitoring could be particularly beneficial in pediatric care settings. RPPG methods present an opportunity to open up home and telemonitoring via a smart device, but also for monitoring in neonatal and pediatric intensive care units, where their non-invasive nature can reduce the chance of infection and limit patient distress. Whilst previous studies have shown promise for RPPG as a pediatric vital sign monitoring tool, they have traditionally been evaluated on small group sizes. In this talk then, I'll be presenting the data collection process behind our recent Vision Junior study, where we gathered a large quantity of high-quality facial videos for RPPG extraction from a pediatric emergency department, or PED, in a UK hospital. I'll discuss the unique challenges associated with collecting data in an emergency pediatric department, and describe the use of two different pulse rate algorithms. One, based on time domain analysis already in use for adult pulse rate recovery, and second, one based on frequency domain analysis specifically designed to recover pulse rates from noisier pediatric signals with a much wider expected range of pulse rates. So, data collection for Vision Junior took place at Sunderland Royal Hospital, where children were recruited from 0 to 18 years when presenting to the pediatric emergency department. Preset targets were in place to ensure a spread across all age ranges and where possible skin tones. There were no other clinical inclusion or exclusion criteria, ensuring that we achieved a broad range of health states. This encompassed febrile and afebrile children, those presenting with illnesses such as respiratory diseases, and otherwise well children, for example, those with minor physical injuries. We have previously published the full protocol for data collection, referenced below. To extract RPPG signals, high-quality videos were recorded using a purpose-built data collection app on an iPad 10, each for a duration of 1 minute. Collecting the video instead of a derived signal in this instance allowed for post-processing with different signal extraction techniques, which was needed due to the uncertainty about the best RPPG signal extraction method to use for pediatric patients. Whilst in previous studies on adults, we've used a camera sampling rate of 30 frames per second, in Vision Junior, we used the more performant iPad 10 to enable data capturing at 60 FPS. This decision was made to allow for greater fidelity in the captured RPPG signals, which we thought would be helpful for resolving pulse rate, particularly for pediatric patients with especially high heart rates, for example, those admitted in febrile conditions. Videos were recorded with the data collection app at the same time as vital signs were collected from the patient, with ground truth pulse rate captured using a pulse oximeter. Additionally, ECGs were collected for some patients to help with future vital sign development. In an effort to overcome the signal degradation associated with patient movement, we designed a game within the data collection app to motivate younger patients to keep still, demoed here by our iOS engineer Matthew. So by keeping their face still, the young patient was rewarded with a giraffe animation over their face. The longer they could keep in the same position, the more points they were given, and milestones of points were rewarded with an animation of confetti across the screen. Clinical staff and parents and guardians reported that children found this animation engaging, and they were surprised at its impact on reducing patient movement. Lastly, the hospital room in which data collection took place was well lit with overhead panel lighting, and no additional bright lighting was used to avoid distressing the patients further. As many of you in this field will know, a well-lit environment is always important for RPPG, but even more so when an iPad screen is used to display the animation shown. And we wish to avoid any light changes from the animation itself, contributing additional noise in the signal. So, in total, 500 patients were recruited into the Vision Junior study. For older participants, 2 facial videos per patient were recorded. For younger patients, a combination of facial video as well as torso and back videos were taken. In this paper, we focused on pulse rate recovery from facial videos. Signal extraction was successful in 78% of these videos, with 4.6% coming from patients with skin tone F5 or 6 on the Fitzpatrick scale, ultimately leading to 539 face videos from 346 patients. The primary causes of failure to detect a signal were due to excessive movement or talking in the video. The figure to the right shows an overview of the dataset used for the subsequent pulse rate analysis, split by age and sex. We found that some age categories were harder to recruit into than others. The lower table provides an overview of the recruitment percentages and reason for dropout broken down by patient age. Patients were classed as non-compliant if data collection was attempted but unsuccessful, and as a refusal if they or their parent or guardian did not wish to take part in the research trial. You can see that non-compliance was highest in the youngest category, and that we observed 0 cases of non-compliance in the 11 to 18 years bracket. The standard lifelike algorithm for pulse rate recovery uses the green channel for its pulse rate calculation. Briefly, a bandpass filter is used to remove both low frequency disturbances from the signal, such as breathing or movement, as well as high frequency disturbances above 4 Hz. This filtered signal is then used to calculate smooth first derivative. Each peak in the first derivative corresponds with the fiducial point of a pulse, and the number of peaks and the distance between the peaks can be used to calculate the pulse rate. By calculating the distance between peaks, we can also detect when a specific part of the signal contained noise instead of pulsatile information. The difference between noise and a pulsatile signal is determined by the time domain regularity of the intervals between the fiducial points. Unusually long or short intervals are discarded when calculating the pulse rate from the fiducial points. And in cases where too many unusual intervals are found, no pulse rate is returned as the signal quality is deemed too low. In our frequency domain pulse decoding approach, instead of using bandpass filters, the plain orthogonal to skin method from CVPM's own Wang et al. Is used. This method is particularly effective in extracting the pulsatile RPPG signal from facial videos. After combining the red, green, and blue channels to extract the RPPG signal for both the forehead and the mid-face regions, the resulting signal is used in the spectral power density calculation. For this power density calculation, we use Welch's method to balance the trade-off between frequency resolution and noise robustness. An average of all calculated spectra from each 1-minute video is created, and from this average, the peak frequency bin with the range of age-determined plausible heart rates, so 60 to 220 beats per minute, is selected as the calculated pulse rate. In the figures shown to the right, there's an example short segment of the POS RPPG signal used for input and the resulting calculated spectrum from Welch's method. The ground truth pulse rate for this example was 143 beats per minute, and while the pulsatile signal is not clearly visible in the RPPG signal, it can be extracted from the average power spectral power density, which here returns a pulse rate of 141 beats per minute for this sample. So all successfully extracted facial signals were processed using the 2 pulse rate algorithms described in the previous slide. In the time domain algorithm, only 68% of the signals returned a result, while the frequency domain algorithms exhibited a much higher success rate of 90%. This is in part due to the use of POS in the frequency domain method, as we found POS to be better than bandpass filters at separating RPPG components from movement artifacts. The figures show that the calculated pulse rate value in beats per minute against the collected ground truth data for both time domain and the frequency-based approaches. It can be seen that the correlation between the predicted and ground truth pulse rates is higher for the frequency domain method with an R squared of 0.86 compared to an R squared of 0.53 for the time domain method. As also shown in the figure titles, the root mean square error for the frequency domain method is also shown to be better compared to the time domain method, returning an RMSE of 8.15 compared across the full data set compared to 14.58 for the time domain approach. So to conclude, in this paper we describe Vision Junior, a data collection study to collect RPPG signals from pediatric patients in a PED. We collected 2 60-second videos on 346 patients and were able to use 78% of these videos in our newly proposed pulse rate recovery algorithm tailored for pediatric care. The frequency domain-based pulse rate recovery algorithm was more accurate and more successful in calculating pulse rates across all age categories. The performance for both algorithms was better in older children due to improved signal quality, but also due to the possible confusion of harmonics between breathing rate and pulse rate in the younger, especially febrile children. While there remain plentiful challenges in using RPPG signals for vital sign monitoring in pediatric patients, signal cleaning methods and vital sign extraction are improving continuously. The growing attention to remote monitoring for pediatric patients and the interest in applying these technologies to a broad range of hospital settings indicate the potential for future advancements in the field. We hope this study can be used to inform future research, establishing the safety and accuracy of contactless monitoring devices for hospitalized pediatric patients and across other challenging environments. Thank you very much for your attention, and thanks again to my co-authors and colleagues working on LifeLight at ZIM and those within the NHS. Thanks also to the National Institute for Health Research for jointly funding this work. I look forward to helping answer any questions you have and to hearing the rest of today's talks. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. Any questions?
Just a brilliant concept for getting the kids to sit still using a giraffe. I really like that. Are you allowed to publish this data set or release it? And do you have plans for doing so?
Yeah, so that is the $1 million question. So we have our kind of data compliance statement in the manuscript, and due to the kind of the sensitivity of the subjects, particularly given that they are minors, and also the commercial sensitivity, we are not making them publicly available at this time. However, I would encourage you to get in contact if you're interested with the corresponding authors. So that's, I think, Dr. Van Putten or Dr. Simon Wegeroth, and we can, kind of reasonable requests will be considered. So thank you.
What can you just share a little more context about kind of what the motivation and where this would be applied, what sort of situations and yeah.
So there's like kind of the monitoring of kind of children and people in pediatric or neonatal kind of care units where you don't want them always kind of strapped up to kind of the physical monitors, and you kind of want something that can be wheeled in and out to kind of limit patient distress or kind of have it hovering above the baby. So we have another study that's about to start on neonates, so premature babies, where instead of having all the sensors on their skin, which actually could cause tearing in very, very premature babies, the idea is to kind of have just a normal phone or an iPad kind of suspended above them, and to be able to monitor, kind of provide kind of alerts or just kind of watch that kind of longitudinal tracking and see what's happening.
Got it. Right.
Yes, hello.
Thanks for the presentation. Do you have some numbers as to like how good does it work, like accuracy or false positives?
Yeah, so in here you saw that the performance in terms of the root mean squared error for the beats per minute is kind of, I would say, relatively poor. So kind of 14 beats per minute for the time domain approach, and down to 8 for this kind of spectral approach tailored to pediatric care. In a separate study where we have kind of perfect lab conditions from an independent laboratory, we're kind of getting that down to less than 2 beats per minute. And so that's where we have much better lighting. The kind of iPad and the phone is in the best position. These people aren't being kind of cradled by their parents or wheeled in and out of intensive care. So we can do much better than this situation here, but these are the kind of real world situations where you want to be able to be making a difference, not just in the perfect lab conditions.
So these numbers would also increase depending on the age, right? So the older they are, the more accurate it gets.
Yeah, we found that the movement artifacts were much lower in patients that could, one, support themselves or could kind of understand that they needed to keep still without the aid of the animation. Yeah. Okay, brilliant.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Next paper presentation is also on RPPG. This is on refining remote photoplethysmography architectures using CKA and empirical methods. And Nathan will be giving this presentation. Just for the benefit of folk on Zoom, during the question time, if the speaker is able to repeat the question, it will just be a little easier for folk on video to hear.
And it's going. All right, thank you, Dr. McDuff. As you said, I'm Nathan Vance, and I'll be presenting on using CKA for architecture refinement in RPPG. So to start, here's a short animation of a subject for an RPPG application. This is the architecture of 3D-CNN PhysNet. In the upper left, we have the first layer going all the way down to the final 10th output layer. And we collected the activations at each layer and animated them over the time series. What we noticed when we did this is that the architecture appears to be doing 2 very distinct tasks. So the first few layers appear to me to be some variety of skin segmentation primarily. And then somewhere around halfway through, maybe around layer 6 or 7, we have it switch over to more of a pulsating thing where you really can't tell where spatially those particular X and Y coordinates might correspond to, until finally, very overtly, temporal rhythmic undulating output at the very end. So we were curious about using some automated technique in order to determine when this is happening inside of our models and which layers might be responsible for which particular tasks for the purpose of architecture refinement. The technique that we used is CKA. This first image is from the seminal paper on this particular technique. The way that it works is that you have the activations for any pair of layers that you want to compare, activations over some set of data that you are calculating. And then you boil that set of activations down to a single numerical similarity score. So we see in the upper left plot that the same layer when compared against itself is highly similar. That's the gold diagonal. Whereas disparate layers from this particular model being compared to each other achieve a low similarity, such as in the upper corners. As a motivating problem, the authors in this particular paper took a base architecture, doubled it again and again to achieve these four plots, and found that as they did so, then they ended up having regions of the network that were essentially performing the same task, and each layer is highly similar to the surrounding layers, as you can see in this third plot. They verified that this was indeed the case by truncating the network at each layer and training a multi-layer perceptron on top of the truncated network, and finding that within these regions there was no improvement along the network. So we thought this would be a good fit for our inquiry. We use CKA. I have some implementation details for how CKA works, and if anybody has any questions, we can go back to that. But moving along for our work, we wanted to verify that CKA would be able to give us sane results for what we already think that we know from having visually inspected these models with the animation that I showed you, which is that the first few layers are targeting something spatial, perhaps skin segmentation, and the final layers are targeting something temporal, heart rate estimation. So we applied a set of transformations to our data. We grabbed a few spatial ones, such as flipping the image, adding illumination, noise, and adding a Gaussian blur. We also had a set of temporal transformations, such as speeding up or slowing down the clip. And what we found is that going through a set of different data sets, each column is a different data set, each row is a different set of these transformations applied. When we don't apply any transformations, we find that our models end up coming to the two very distinct sections where we believe that the first one is doing something spatial and the second section is doing something temporal. When we apply just the spatial transformation, we see that that what we hypothesized to be the spatial section of the network suddenly turns off. Very low similarity. However, the similarity between the temporal layers is maintained. Reverse happens when we apply the temporal section, or the temporal transformations, and then we can get it all to become very dissimilar when we apply all of these transformations. So that gave us confidence that CKA is actually obtaining the results that we believe that it is and what we desire that it should. So now we applied it to the original task of trying to gain insight into how these networks are functioning so that we can do network refinement, architecture refinement. So the experiment that we performed was we took two base architectures, that is PhysNet 3D-CNN and also TS-CAN. This is a 3D-CNN based architecture for PhysNet and a 2D-CNN multi-branched architecture for TS-CAN. And we selected to vary the model depth as the parameter for refinement. We applied CKA to show how at different depths these models develop similar or different pathologies and sets of similar regions. And then we use these results to refine the architectures and conclude with an empirical study on the final performance of these architectures to show that this is actually reflected in accuracy. We'll start with the 3D-CNN architecture. This is the self-similarity using CKA on the same architecture, comparing it to itself. And we observe that as we increase the depth, these two distinct regions appear. They seem to become most prominent as soon as we get to depth equals 5 layers deep. And then 10 layers deep is the base architecture as published by the authors of PhysNet. So then what we wanted to figure out is are these different regions going to be doing distinct tasks such that that when they are being done in a deeper network, if we were to cut out the layers, are they things that are not being accomplished in the shallower networks, in which case that network would be too shallow for the task. So I'll start by looking at the upper left comparison. That's the 2-layer deep 3D CNN compared to the 10-layer deep CNN. And we observed that both layers on the 2-layer CNN have highly similar analog layers in the 10-layer CNN. However, starting at about layer 6 onward, there are no equivalent layers in the 2D CNN, or 2-layer 3D CNN. Expanding that out to look at the 3 and the 4-layer deep architectures, we see the same phenomenon happening. And this only changes once we reach 5 layers deep, where every layer in the 10-layer CNN has a equivalent, or at least similar layer in the 5-layer deep 3D CNN. And so from this, we hypothesize that whatever functionality is captured in the 10-layer deep 3D CNN is being accomplished by the 5-layer deep 3D CNN as well. So we believed, looking at this, that we would see optimal performance at 5 layers deep and not a marked improvement after that. And indeed, that is about what we observe. The 5-layer deep model is right here at the elbow. We do see a small improvement when we get to 6 layers deep. But for the most part, we have achieved good performance at 5 layers deep. So that was encouraging of a result. We then moved on to TSCAN, which is a very different architecture. This is 2 branches of a 2D CNN-based architecture. We focused on the temporal branch of this architecture because our target was the heart rate. And so looking at the self-similarity as we expand the depth down to 9 meta layers, these layers come in pairs of 2, so it ends up being twice as many actual 2D CNN layers as the number of meta layers. We see that it does not, unlike the 3D CNN, this architecture does not develop those block-like regions. And so we hypothesize that perhaps we're going to see increased performance as we get deeper, even up to these very deep depths. We compared it in the same way to the 2-layer deep TSCAN model. That was the published architecture. And we found that, indeed, as we increase the layers, they do appear to be accomplishing tasks that are not covered by the 2-layer deep TSCAN model, where going out to 7, 8, or 9 layers, there's low similarity between their higher or deeper into the network layers compared to the 2-layer version. And so, unfortunately, we did not see that as well reflected in the experimental results. We had trouble with stability in training. However, we do see that performance does increase beyond, this is for the DBPM data set. I have results for other data sets as well, if anybody's curious. We do see increased results beyond the 2-layer deep published TSCAN architecture, as we had hypothesized simply from the CKA analysis. So in conclusion, we have developed a technique for using CKA to discover details about the architecture, which we believe are very informative for architecture refinement. We focused in this particular work on the architecture depth, but we believe that it can be applicable to other inquiries, such as the positioning of pooling layers or the kernel size or the number of channels. We also focused very specifically on CKA, and there are other techniques that we would like to explore for further inquiry, such as RSA, which has nothing to do with encryption. It's a representational similarity analysis. And then another line of inquiry that we're curious about is applying this to models trained on different data sets. If you remember back to a previous slide, we found very different shapes with how these models learn to have different layers that are allocated to different tasks between different data sets. We were curious if this had any bearing on potentially domain shift types of questions regarding these different data sets. Thank you for listening, and I'll now take any questions.
Any questions?
Yep. Yeah, thank you very much. So you talked a lot about how the depth of the network can affect how it's structured and how it splits up the tasks. Do you have any idea, or have you done any work on looking at the width also of the networks?
Right.
To increase the width, can you do with less layers? Or
right. I mean, we did do a little bit of exploratory work. We found that the most interesting results were by varying the depth. And so that's going to be a future line of inquiry for us. It definitely is on our roadmap. Thank you.
Yes, thanks for the presentation. What sort of hypothesis do you have as to the different shapes? What sort of characteristics of the different data sets lead to those, do you think?
Right. I happen to know for this set of data sets, MSPM appears visually to be the outlier in terms of only having 2 layers allocated to spatial reasoning and then the rest for temporal. It contains a challenging adversarial attack where physical attack, that is, where a light is pulsated onto the subject's face at 120 repetitions per minute as an attack against RPPG. And I believe that is the cause for why these models were learned at training time to allocate more resources to that particular task. I have another research line and working toward a publication on using these kinds of maps to then try to reason about the distance between data sets and hoping that it is highly correlated with domain shift and empirical accuracy when doing a cross data set analysis.
Just one quick question. So on the TS-CAN experiments, the 2 branches of that model are very explicitly kind of focusing on temporal and spatial.
That's
but then you said you are only looking at the temporal branch to do this visualization. So is that a reason why it maybe doesn't have the same structure? Or
I tried plotting both of them. Together, and it was a very difficult to decipher checkerboard pattern because of the reasons that you had. The most clear of results did appear to be in this particular way of plotting it with just looking at the temporal branch. At the end of the day, it was a decision for visualization purposes only. I would think that a automated technique for potentially automated architecture refinement would want to take into consideration the entire network.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll be giving the next talk on behalf of Bjorn Braun from ETH Zurich. Great. So this work majority was done by Bjorn, who unfortunately can't be here. I just want to give him the credit for that, and it was a collaboration between myself, Bjorn, and Professor Christian Holtz at ETH Zurich. We wanted to ask the question of how suboptimal training RPPG models was from videos where the paired targets were from a different body site, as is often the case. So RPPG, as we've already heard, is a useful technique for passive measurement of cardiac information. It's convenient as it doesn't require obtrusive sensors, and it has potential downstream applications, not just in heart rate measurement, but also assessing blood pressure, potentially glucose, stress, and other conditions. How this works is recovering the heart rate or pulse information from subtle changes in light reflected from the skin. And typically supervised neural methods are still the state of the art for this, as it allows to learn a complex mapping between these pixel changes over time and the PPG signal you're trying to recover. The current state of the art is often to use fingertip PPG measurements as the labels and videos of the face for various reasons. The face is often uncovered, so it's a nice site to measure pulse information from. There's high perfusion, but typically most devices for ground truth measurement of PPG are fingertip or finger sensors. And so in training a neural model where you're using contact PPG as the training target, the input would be video or frames of the human face, and then the PPG signal from the sensor clipped to the finger would be the target. And this is common for most public data sets that might also have additional signals like ECG or other types of measures of physiology, but rarely have any PPG measured from contact PPG measured from the face itself. But we do know that PPG signals vary across different sites on the body. So here, from a paper taken from Physiological measurement, we see that the PPG from the right hand, left hand, and the ear all have different morphological forms. They also have small time delays because of the time it takes for the blood to reach different parts of the body each time the heart beats. And so it's natural to ask the question, how much does that variation impact the training of these networks? And is it optimal to use the finger or a measurement from the face? And how much potential performance do we lose if we use a suboptimal target? So that's what the topic of this study was to compare training models when we use face video input. We used contact PPG measured from the forehead, contact PPG measured from the finger. And as you can see, our hypothesis was that using contact PPG from the forehead, which is in phase and has hopefully similar morphology to what we would get from the camera, that we're going to get superior performance than if we use fingertip PPG measured in a highly synchronized way, but will be, by sort of definition, be out of phase by some small amount and also have dissimilar morphology. So we collected a data set of 18 subjects. We had a highly synchronized PPG EDA, which we won't study in this context, but we will be releasing this data set publicly. So just want to mention it does have electrodermal measurements. It has video recorded at 100 hertz from bars, the cameras, and it has videos synchronized of the hand and face, as mentioned, and also contact sensors from both of those sites. We will be releasing the data set. It will be released shortly once a paper about the full data set is published, and Bjorn will be the person to contact if you want more information about that. We were able to recruit a reasonably diverse set of skin types, which is great. They were recorded for almost 10 minutes with disabled white balance, autofocus, and auto exposure. And this experimental design was partially designed to elicit physiological stress. And so there were periods of rest and periods of physiological stress during that alternating in the study design. So here are some results. So we're going to compare training a video face model where we're using the finger data to test. And then, so here we're training with the training labels are the forehead PPG, the test labels are the finger PPG. We'll also do every combination of that. So training with the finger testing on the face, training with the finger testing on the finger, and training on the face and testing on the face. In all cases, the video here is from the face, but the labels are coming from different sites on the body. So as you can see, if we train on face data and test on finger, the performance is fairly poor. Of the labels between train and test. But when we see that the performance doesn't actually get a whole lot better, with the exception of PhysNet, which improves fairly substantially. But then when we train on face contact PPG and test on face contact PPG, we get the best performance overall across all of the models. And this is not really that surprising. This is really just sort of a validation of this hypothesis that we think it's valuable to collect contact PPG from the face during studies where you're collecting data for training models for RPPG, and that improvement is actually most substantial for PhysNet, which is the sort of the largest parameter model of this set here, because it's learning 3D convolutional. It's learning a 3D convolutional model, so it's the most complex temporally and making sort of the least assumptions there. And here are some qualitative examples showing the results of those. So, and this I think is the most illustrative, really. What you can see is when we train models with different sites as the contact, from the contact PPG. So when the PPG is coming from the finger, but we've got video input, the model is able to learn some temporal information, which captures the heart rate, but the morphology is really quite poor. When we're training against face signals, so when we're training against face signals, so that the contact face measurement is paired with the face video, the morphology is much better. But of course, when we test on the finger, those two signals are out of phase. But when we train on the face and test on the face, as in the last row, we get the best performance. This is for Deep Phys, which is a 2D model, so isn't modeling much temporal information. When we test with PhysNet, which it has 3D convolution, so is capturing temporal information much more comprehensively, we see that generally out of phase when you're training and testing on data from, and you train with contact PPG from the forehead. That's the end of the presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. It's an interesting hypothesis to test. What wasn't clear to me is when you say train on finger, test on finger, or train on face, you're always using video of something and a PPG of something. Yep. So could you say where both are coming from for the?
So in this case, the video is always from the face. What we wanted to do was to test whether the order combinations of the label, where the labels came from. So if you when you train your face PPG, RPPG model against labels from the face, the contact PPG, why you would do it. But we often train models where we are training on the finger, but actually what we expect to get is the PPG from the face, right? Because the input to the model is the face data. And so this is showing that if you train a model with contact PPG from the finger, if you are hoping to get the PPG from the face, it's not exactly what you're going to get, because the model wasn't trained to predict that. It was trained to sort of hallucinate this fingertip PPG, which isn't terrible for learning heart rate, but certainly for morphology is going to be problematic. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So this is like where you get your ground truth data at train time and at test time. That's what you're changing.
Yeah.
And where did you put the thing on the forehead so it didn't get in the way of the video?
This was tricky. So it was strapped with medical tape to the forehead on the side of the forehead, and then we used a patch of the forehead as close to, but obviously not obstructed by that for doing some exploration with non-neural net methods. So for the neural models, we provided the whole face. Yeah.
Thank you.
You had mentioned two different hypotheses for why these effects may be the case, and one of them was the difference in the waveform morphologies between the finger and the face. The other one was the phase offset. Did you do any experiments with phase shift correction to eliminate that as a potential cause?
No, that's a good point. We didn't. That is something that you could do, and I think based on these results it would suggest it might be worth it on data sets where you only have the finger measurements, right? And there are many data sets like that which we can't go and change now. So I think that is a reasonable thing to do. I think personally that's the smaller of the two problems, though. The morphology is the larger one. As you can see in some of these models, it's hard to tell here, but my suspicion is that they are learning a very smoothed version of the waveform because they can't really they can't learn that morphology perfectly, because those very subtle changes are not something they have a label for in the training set if they're training from the finger. Yeah, that's not a great explanation, but I hope it communicates. Yeah, take one more question.
Did you guys look at whether there were any accuracy variations across the types?
We do have some results on that, but I don't have any to show you right now on the presentation.
Any thoughts on some recent papers on using self-supervised learning?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I didn't mention that just because of time, but yes, there are a lot of recent methods using self-supervised learning, which obviously don't have this problem. But I would say most of those methods still benefit from some level of fine-tuning on a supervised set to get the absolute best performance. So self-supervised learning, I think, is really great in this domain. But I'd be surprised if a model trained with 0 labels would give you absolutely the best performance.
All good on Zoom?
Just one second. Okay. Yep. So our next presentation will be given by Sam, and this is on orientation, condition, facial texture mapping for video-based facial RPPG estimation. Take it away.
Thank you. Hey everyone, I'm Sam. I'm a PhD candidate at the Australian National University and partnered with CSIRO's Data 61. And I'm really happy to be able to present some of our recent work on orientation, condition, facial texture mapping for RPPG estimation. So across various healthcare contexts, we know physiological metrics such as pulse rate is really essential information in the delivery of care. In the domain of video-based RPPG estimation, we typically employ these deep learning models to exploit subtle changes in the color of the skin due to the blood volume pulse in order to estimate the RPPG signal from, again, which we can extract different physiological metrics such as pulse rate. Extracting and aggregating these, really subtle and small-scale changes due to the signal of interest is a really challenging task, especially in the presence of numerous and really complex sources of variation within video. And so one such source of variation is subject motion, which introduces non-relevant variations into the observed appearance of the face within video. And this complicates the extraction of those relevant features and degrades the estimated signal and consequently the predicted pulse rate. And indeed, with existing methods, they typically exhibit quite drastic performance degradation in less constrained and more dynamic motion scenarios, such as walking, especially as compared to scenarios such as stationary. And so addressing this is critical to ensuring robust RPPG systems in real-world use, and is what sort of motivated the focus of this paper on motion robustness. So I guess to give some intuition around our approach, in terms of a generalized approach, we decided to try and reduce the appearance variability due to subject motion in order to simplify the learning problem. And it's a bit of an opposite approach to, trying to regularize your model through increasing the complexity of your training distribution. And so what we essentially want to obtain is some sort of representation of the functional primitive of our task, which is in this case skin color or skin texture, which is ideally disentangled from subject motion. And so we can achieve this by modeling the 3D surface of the face through a number of different means. In our case, we used a 3D mesh to try and disentangle the rigid and non-rigid subject motion from video with some, finite spatial resolution and accuracy. So given that the RPPG signal occurs on the facial surface, this sort of represents a pretty general but fairly explicit inductive prior to try and improve the motion robustness of RPPG estimation. Within the context of this paper, we wanted to, focus on the impact of video representation and processing steps. So we decided to explore this general idea in the context of video-based models. As a result, we looked towards UV coordinate mapping, which is pretty commonly used to represent the texture of a 3D surface using a 2D image. And so we can leverage the inverse UV mapping to try and transform our 3D facial surface into a canonical UV representation, which is compatible with video-based methods. And our intuition here is that, if you've got a sufficiently resolute transform, it should reduce that variability associated with subject motion within video and improve your performance. And I guess that brings us to the main contribution within our paper, which was the construction of an orientation conditioned UV representation. And so again, we begin by modeling the 3D surface of the face as a 3D mesh, and we can then warp, define and apply UV transformation to warp that 3D surface into a canonical UV space. And this is achieved through piecewise affine transformation of the mesh triangles. We note there are sort of several side effects of using a mesh for this UV transformation. The first is that regions on the facial surface where the normal points away from the camera are obviously going to contain reprojected information within that UV frame. And secondly, regions of the facial surface may have significant geometric distortion due to that affine transformation. And this is typically more pronounced in regions where the normal is near or perpendicular to the camera normal. And so noting that this sort of distortion introduces added variability under motion, we can try and mitigate it by masking the UV frames using the relative orientation of the surface as a kind of proxy for the level of distortion. And so in order to compare our method, we wanted to compare our proposed input representation to sort of a baseline representation. And so we performed this comparison by training a PhysNet model on a standard pipeline within the domain, which uses static facial cropping per sample window, which we denote as PhysNet XY, and also on our proposed orientation conditioned UV representation, which we denote as PhysNet UV. We use cross-validation when training on pure, and then we perform testing on the MMPD data set and ensemble the results across the folds. And we can see that our proposed PhysNet model fairly significantly improves upon the generalization performance of our baseline across all metrics, and particularly with respect to the correlation between the ground truth and predicted heart rates. scenarios within the MMPD data set. And again, we see a fairly sizable performance across all of these motion scenarios with respect to the MAE. And again, we see fairly significant improvements with respect to the correlation. We note that, scenarios such as walking, which still have, quite unconstrained appearance variations due to motion, but also, I guess, indirect variations due to dynamic incident lighting on the face, still pose quite a significant challenge for robust estimation. And so again, in our UV representation, we employed masking based on the surface orientation to try and remove those distorted regions with the intent of reducing that variability due to motion. However, obviously this needs to be balanced with the removal of potentially useful training information. So during the design of the method, we performed an ablative study to try and guide that choice of threshold. And so we varied the threshold from, not applying any masking at all to applying masking of the reprojected information, and then to varying degrees of distortion, and found that a threshold of 45 degrees gave a good balance between these two factors. And so that's what we used with our model. Another sort of interesting point of discussion is the UV transform. So we can see that sort of inherently provides some level of dynamic facial cropping and segmentation. And so we wanted to, again, do some more additional experiments to try and isolate whether the performance improvement of our representation is solely due to these factors or whether it's something more intrinsic to having a canonical representation of the face. So to do this, we swapped out a stage in the video processing pipeline, keeping everything else fixed. And we can see that the UV transform, even without masking applied, provides a fairly significant benefit over dynamic facial cropping and segmentation, which highlights that there's something more relevant about a canonical representation of the facial surface. I think something that's also kind of interesting to note is, we can see background removal in the case of static cropping has a negative impact. And you can maybe think of this as being due to a fixed background, a static background providing some sort of reference signal. But in the case of dynamic cropping, again, your background's then going to be dynamic. So you have, I guess, large pixel level variations in the background, which degrades the performance. But if we crop away the background using segmentation, we can see it improves the performance in the case of dynamic cropping. And so I guess, yeah, in conclusion, through modeling the 3D surface of the face, we can try and disentangle that rigid and non-rigid subject motion from video to some extent. And in the case of video-based models, we can use it to craft an orientation conditioned UV representation, which improves the generalization, performance, and motion robustness of existing methods. Thanks everyone for listening to my presentation. Looking forward to answering any questions and speaking to you over the course of the workshop and the conference.
Thanks for the presentation. Any questions?
Yeah, so I like this at removing effects of motion to a large degree. There's also the fact that lighting changes just because of the moving. Even if the lighting is static,
yeah,
because the face is moving, you're going to get lighting, brightness changes.
Yep.
Have you thought about, how to take care of those at all?
Yeah, we've started to do some thinking about that, and I guess our current line of reasoning is the same, I guess, general approach where you would try and disentangle that information, and I guess you can sort of think of that as trying to model the incident illumination on the face to try and cancel it out.
So you think you need to model the lighting to do that?
As a potential way to try and improve that signal to noise ratio.
Presentation. So basically right now, it looks like you are relying quite a lot of the 3D mapping. How reliant it is, could that be? Because the 3D mapping might not be fully accurate, depending on the resolution and such.
Yep, so the question was, how does the performance of our method depend on the accuracy and the noise in the detected landmarks? Yeah, so it's obviously a fairly explicit approach and explicit reliance on those 3D landmarks to have that UV transformation. So when that transformation or those landmarks are misaligned or not there for certain frames, the approach falls over. But I guess at least with current sort of facial detection methodologies, so we use media pipe, and in the MMPD data set, I think we were missing 800 frames out of however many 1.8 million frames. So it's a fairly minimal effect, and yeah, overall the performance does seem to increase over the baseline method. So yeah, thank you. Keep an eye out for future work.
Sure, that's good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more paper presentation for our next keynote, and this is a pre-recorded video for one of the attendees that couldn't be here in person.
Yeah, I know, right? I saw that. I'm like, should have thought that happened before.
My name is Alex, and it's nice to meet you here today and present our paper entitled as Analyzing Participants' Engagement During Online Meetings Using Unsupervised Remote Photoplethysmography with Behavioral Features. This research has been done in the collaboration between the University of Oulu, University of Jyväskylä, and Zhejiang University. Let me briefly introduce the idea of our research. The rapid transition to online communication underlines the importance of engagement analysis in virtual meetings. With the absence of physical cues and direct interaction between individuals, assessing the engagement becomes more challenging. Nevertheless, estimating engagement during these interactions offers key insights in particular behavior, group dynamics, and individual input, which helps meeting organizers, promote effective collaboration. Engagement analysis in virtual meetings often relies on behavioral features, such as facial expressions, head motions, and eye gaze. But the problems with these features that people can control or alter their behavior by their own will. On the other hand, there is a scope of physiological signal features, which are based on heart rate or heart rate variability. These features are more reliable because it's very difficult to alter them by will. Traditional methods such as electrocardiography or ECG could be ideal, but it's limited by its need for direct contacts and sensors. On the other hand, there is a remote photoplethysmography or RPPG technique, which is a computer vision approach which assesses cardiac activity through facial color changes. And in this paper, we show the feasibility of estimating persons' engagement levels based on both RPPG and behavioral features obtained from facial videos recorded in realistic scenes. First, we collect the engagement dataset. The dataset consists of 24 group meetings. Each meeting involved from 7 to 9 participants and 1 consultant. Each meeting lasts for around 1.5 hours. During the meetings, the participants share their experiences and make reflections about their working daily life. We used Zoom Gallery video platform to organize the meetings. During the meetings, each participant records special videos with OBS Studio software and virtual camera. And also, they record their heart rate using pulse oximeters. Here you can see the uniqueness of our datasets, the duration of the data, the group dynamics, the information about CVPG signals, granular annotations, and real-world settings. What I mean by granular annotation, I mean that after the meeting, with the help of psychologists, we continuously coded the time series of the engagement, and as a result, we obtained 2 values of engagement per second in the range between 10, which constituted to high engagement, up to -10, which constituted to low engagement. Here, I will present you our method, which involves 2 streams. The first stream extracts HR features, while the second stream extracts behavioral features. First of all, using unsupervised contrast method, we reconstruct RPPG curves from facial videos. Then we choose the observation window size, which is different for behavioral features and for HRV features. Then we take the engagement range from -10 to 10 and we divide them into 3 classes. Also, we perform filtering, and about filtering you can read more details in our paper. But here you can see example of one special video recording from one meeting of person after the filtering process. So after the observation window size is chosen and engagement scale is divided, we perform HRV features extraction. We extract 24 HRV features and we extract 328 behavioral features. Then we concatenate the result and we perform 3-class classification. At the first stage of our experiments, we use only HRV features for engagement classification. We use short observation window size of 10 seconds due to the length of videos in the publicly available DAISY dataset. You can see that the proposed method does not perform as good as state-of-the-art methods. Using this observation window size on our engagement dataset does not give us a high accuracy as well. So we come up with a conclusion that longer videos are required for the robust HRV and engagement estimation. Engagement dataset allows the proposed method's capability to be fully realized using long HRV observation windows. So next, we explore the effects of HRV observation window size on the engagement classification. We try different HRV observation window sizes from 60 to 240 seconds. We can see that the observation window size plays significant impact on the performance of engagement estimation models, and larger observation window sizes gives better results. Finer and more complex HRV patterns in the RPPG signals enables more accurate predictions. But we also have in mind that adding behavioral features, we can improve metrics, since human engagement involves not only physiological but also subtle behavioral cues. That's why, in the second stage of our research, we explore the effectiveness of behavioral feature selection and their fusion with HRV features for the engagement estimation. In this table, you can see this analysis. So we can see that the model performance is significantly influenced by the behavioral feature selection. For example, set 3 is found to be less efficient and it even degrades the performance as compared to the only HRV features case. However, sets 5 and set 4 are shown to boost the prediction accuracy, and we can see that the highest performance was observed when HRV features were varied. This group 4 and 5 So also we can see that the enhanced performance due to the behavioral features inclusion are consistently observed across the whole data, but the boost in comparison to only HL features case is more pronounced only on the smaller HL window sizes. Here, on that figure, you can see the effect of combining behavior features of set 4 and 5 with different values of HRV observability window sizes from 60 to 240 seconds. As we can see that as the HRV feature observation window increases, the performance metrics also tends to improve, but up to a certain point. And also, we need to notice that performance improvement is not strictly linear and it comes to a plateau after some version. But you can see that the additional behavior features improves the prediction accuracy of our model. The results of our research as a whole. First, we proposed a new method to measure engagement during online meetings using heart rate variability and facial body language features. Second, we created an engagement dataset that focuses on social workers' online meetings, including detailed engagement labels and reflecting virtual meeting dynamics. Second, we evaluate the effect of HRD observation window size on engagement estimation, and it reveals that short windows are unreliable, while longer video windows, such as 2 to 4 minutes, provide robust estimates. Next, we find out that adjusting the HRD window size significantly improves the performance from 50% at 10 seconds to 94% at 240 seconds. And last but not least, we find out that selecting the appropriate behavioral feature set further increases the performance of the model by up to 2%. Thanks for watching.
So that ends our first set of talks for the paper presentations, and now we have our second keynote presentation. Yeah. tinyurl.com, CVPM. I don't think it will ask you for the password. Let me just make sure I'm still sharing. Should be good to go. While we get set up, I'd like to introduce Professor Ronnie Sengupta from University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Ronnie was a postdoc at the University of Washington, working with Steve Seitz and Brian Curlis, and has recently, in the last few years, moved to UNC as a professor, and has done a lot of work, really interesting work in the graphics space that overlaps with many of the challenges that we face in video-based physiological measurement. Ronnie has collaborations with NVIDIA Research, Snapchat, and a number of academic institutions. Really looking forward to this presentation so that we can learn more about more from the graphics community about how to improve non-contact health sensing.
Thanks, Daniel, for the invite, and I'm excited to give a talk here. And as Daniel mentioned, I'm not from the remote health sensing community. My traditional background is more computer vision and graphics, especially on this inverse graphics kind of problems. And over the last 2 years, I have been a faculty at UNC Chapel Hill, and many of you may know it's a very good school for medicine. So I generally naturally found a lot of collaborators who are interested in graphics plus healthcare side of things, and that's kind of how I got in here and got interested in this stuff. So hopefully I can give you a little bit different flavors of work beyond the broader PPG spectrum that you can do with cameras and using graphics. Okay, So just a quick introduction, UNC is kind of located in North Carolina. If you're not familiar to this is sort of part of this research triangle, which has three universities, UNC, Duke, and NC State. They're all kind of close to each other, and there are lots of biotech companies in the region. So it turns out this region is one of the prime regions for biological researches. So why camera-based health sensing? Many of us kind of know the motivation. We have seen bigger devices, but they're kind of hard and not accessible, not scalable. So over the past couple of years, we have focused on developing more scalable devices and see how we can use the scalable devices as a cost-effective way of doing health sensing. But that came as a cost. As you go down the spectrum towards more and more accessible devices, they become low accuracy and unreliable to be actually used in actual healthcare setup. So many of us in this research community space want to see if we can have these devices be useful for actual research purposes, for actual healthcare applications. And so to do that, many of us have been doing this. We are trying to build machine learning techniques that can solve this problem. And also from computer vision and graphics perspective, we're trying to use computer vision and graphics to kind of improve these algorithms. So this is what everyone wants to do, and my personal angle to this is we are trying to build computer inverse graphics techniques to solve these problems. So I want to give a quick overview of what is inverse graphics and how does it kind of like work between vision and graphics. So in computer vision, we are often interested in understanding the underlying 3D representation of a scene. So given this image of a face, can we understand different components in 3D that results in this face? So if you ask a graphics person, there is decades of research to model this. We can model the geometry of the face. We can model the properties of the skin, that is how light is getting reflected by the skin. We can model the illumination of the environment, and we can model the camera properties, the separation between the foreground and the background. And using all of this, we can develop rendering algorithms that can take these intermediate components and can render this realistic image. This is all rendered using Blender computer graphics engine. These are all very standard, and we can have that kind of progress now. So the key part that is more missing is how do we go in the opposite direction? That is, from a single image, can we invert and obtain all of these intrinsic components? And as you can imagine, this problem is tremendously difficult and ill-posed because you have one observation and you are trying to find multiple different things from one observation. So that's kind of the main difficulty here. So the problem is ill-posed and under constraint. How do we solve? And in recent last 5-10 years, we have seen a tremendous progress in machine learning models where we are building neural networks that can generally learn priors from data that's going to help you solve this inverse class of problems. So that's mostly where my personal research focuses on. And today we're going to kind of talk about how understanding this reverse process also unlocks a lot of interesting problems in healthcare space that can be done from camera-based sensing. So I'm going to specifically focus on 3 different topics. The first one is kind of many of you are already familiar with. This is on physiological sensing of physiological signals, blood pressure, heart rate from the cameras. The second one is not on the face. This is using an endoscopy camera. This is also very much like an RGB camera and performing endoscopic measurement inside the internal organs of the body. And the last one is it's not yet fully fleshed out into a healthcare application, but can you learn facial transformation and then understand how aging, weight gain, weight loss, etc., can affect our facial transformation, and can we use graphics techniques to understand this? So I'm going to first focus on physiological sensing. This is kind of what many of us are familiar with, and then I will go into the next part of the talk. So this is a joint work. This is called Motion Matters. This is led by my student Akshay. This is the joint work with Shin, Danielle, Shwetak, Yulu, and all of us. This was presented in WACP last year as an oral presentation. So the idea is motion matters, neural motion transfer, but better camera physiological measurement. So we all do camera-based physiological measurement, and the fundamental of this is the light comes and gets absorbed by our skin. So rather than the light being directly reflected by our skin, it actually goes underneath the skin and does a phenomena called subsurface scattering. So in computer graphics, when we model human faces, we model subsurface scattering. And so the light that comes out of your skin is actually gets modulated by the flow of blood underneath the skin. And that is how you are kind of measuring the signals related to blood flow, because the light coming out is now modulated by the flow of blood. So now we have built all kinds of pipeline. There is a general accusation process, some pre-processing process, and then end-to-end neural network. These are kind of standard way we kind of solve the RPPG problem. We kind of look at the standard problem, but we focus on a very particular setup of camera motion. So we have a lot of devices like smartphones, computers, and they can be used for remote health sensing like telehealth. And this has been increasing over the number of years. The amount of smartphones and mobile devices that people can use just keeps on increasing. And even beyond telehealth, using this kind of cameras for physiological sensing has a huge impact in baby monitoring, chronic disease care, elderly care, and so on. So the problem is, if you really want to employ this in practice, the accuracy ends up mattering. And on top, you kind of see this, many of the standard RPPG datasets where the performance of these models are really good. The errors are below 2 bits per minute. This is kind of acceptable for a real life application. But when you go to actual real videos of a person talking, imagine like a telehealth setup somewhere in rural America or other countries, it's hard to ask that person to completely face the camera and froze as these measurements are done. These are often done more passively, people are moving their head, and there the amount of error rate is significantly high. So we kind of look at the challenge that how can we deal with motion? So the stationary part, we kind of get good results with current algorithms, and maybe even there is simple transformation, it's fine, but there are many classes of transformation or motion of heads that is significantly difficult to solve. And if we try to plot this performance of the state-of-the-art methods, TSCAN at that point, with different kind of motion categories obtained in different datasets, we saw that the error keeps on increasing like kind of exponentially as you add more and more motion and kind of diversify the types of motion that you can have. So our paper kind of looks into how do we tackle this problem of large motion deteriorates the performance of PPG algorithm, and how can you solve this? So previously, like Daniel's work and many other people have focused on building parametric model. This is pure graphics based, where if you can have a graphical model of a human face created by some artist, these are not real faces, and if you can animate these faces somehow, then you can create motion. This is a great approach. This is possible to generate different kind of motions and different skin tone, different lighting conditions, but it's really expensive. This is like an actual rendering process. So creating one video like this could take like a couple of minutes or a couple of hours even on a GPU. So that is not a feasible option often. And this generated motion is often very unusual. Like it's a little bit of a rotation of a head, maybe some standard talking, but it's very difficult to create very realistic talking with a parametric graphics model. So instead, we kind of look into this recent development of state-of-the-art neural motion transfer methods to solve this problem. So what is neural motion transfer? Suppose you are given a video like this that is pretty much like a constant frame. And if you have a random motion video from somewhere else, you can then drive the source frame with this driving videos to create a resultant video where you can make this person talk. So what we do is we take this simple idea that most of the PPG datasets that you see on the green background kind of exist, and they're very static. And then we have large, diverse datasets in talking head synthesis that is used for synthesizing a talking head. And we take state-of-the-art talking head synthesis algorithms. We simply apply that to this source videos and just make it talking. So that seems simple. You can generate arbitrary motion that is non-parametric using these models. But the key question was, that's all good, but would it actually work? Wouldn't it destroy the PPG signal? Because you can sort of think PPG as some signal in the frequency domain. Adding motion also adds some more signal in the frequency domain. And the key question was, isn't this two frequency kind of overlap with each other and destroy? So we were also surprised. We never actually thought when we started the project that such a simple idea would work and be so much robust. But surprisingly, it is extremely robust and works really well. And that's what I'm going to show next. So first we try to understand, is this kind of like motion augmentation using this neural network techniques going to destroy the underlying signal or not? And we observed that the PPG spectrum peak, which is kind of the frequency spectrum's highest peak, is still preserved, and the neural methods can actually find that peak. So here is an example. Here is a video. Here is the PPG spectrum in time domain. Here is the PPG in frequency domain. And you can see this peak in the frequency domain. That kind of relates to the maximum frequency in the signal. And you can take the driving video. You can also analyze the frequency waveform of the driving video. It's going to have some peak, but in most likelihood, these peaks are usually not coinciding with each other in any significant way. So when you apply this transformation, what we observe that it does introduce some additional peaks here, but the final peak of the actual frequency still remains at the same location. So this augmentation actually helps you to add some extra noise information to the signal that is purely based on the motion and not based on the actual PPG signal. So we kind of analyze this more quantitatively and visually over a bunch of examples to make sure this is a reasonable thing that works in practice. And then what we did is we kind of did a large scale evaluation and train on one data set and test across multiple data sets. So we took two versions. One is the original data set and one is the motion augmented data set. So in this case, what we do is we train on UBFC RPPG and we test on Pure just to see how much cross data set motion augmentation results work. And we compare with state-of-the-art methods. And at that time, this kind of gets very good result just with this simple motion augmentation. And then we also do a much more larger scale training where we train this on UBFC and we test this on 4 different data sets that it was never trained on. And we take the original data set of UBFC and the motion augmented data set of UBFC. And we notice there is a significant difference in the error rate as we were able to do the motion augmentation, which kind of showed that this simple augmentation techniques were very, very robust in practice. We also compared this with synthetic motion transfer, so like creating this kind of synthetic data, and we were also able to get significantly better results on in comparison to the synthetic data. And also we noticed it was 30x faster than existing parametric methods. And so remembering that curve that we saw that the motion error kind of increases exponentially, we were able to reduce it, but it was still not perfect. And you could see that when we are going to random large motion, it still has a significantly larger error that is beyond the acceptable region. And that's probably something to work on. How do we kind of focus on these very extreme motions and still reduce the error rate to much more comfortable position? So that's on this paper. And then we also, my collaborators, Danielle, Sheen, they also created this really amazing toolbox for RPPG implementation. I just wanted to give it a quick shout out if you're not familiar with this. And this is very helpful in standardization of the whole process. And this big effort, I feel like was very helpful. So this is just from that effort. Okay, so I kind of touched on using cameras for physiological sensing. Now I'm going to talk a little bit different role an RGB camera can play. This is going from the external part of your body to actually internal part of your body to do endoscopic measurement. So this is a joint work with Akshay and a few other folks from UNC Chapel Hill. And so the idea is endoscopy is a very prevalent very useful way to scan the internal parts of your body without exposing you to complicated surgery or CT scan or MRI scan, simply by using a slender tube that has a camera and light source attached together. And as you put the camera inside, you sort of capture this video. And this is very, very commonly used, probably more than millions of procedures per year inside the US only. And the idea is, if you could use inverse graphics techniques on this endoscopy to kind of create a 3D reconstruction and the trajectory of the camera and the surface that you are mapping, then you can do many, many clinical applications that are useful. So for example, you can use to do automatic measurements of this. For example, you can know how much is the circumference of this tube that you are measuring, or how much is the volume of the organ that you are trying to capture. And with this, you can make many, many important clinical decisions. Similarly, you can try to detect abnormality, like looking into the 3D visualization, you can try to decide if there is any abnormal growth in tumor, which are often hard to see in the 2D videos. They can also be used for assisted guidance. So if there is a surgeon actually doing the endoscopy, they can use the 3D visualization on the screen to kind of make it easier for them to move their cameras. And finally, there might be future robotic surgeries which can use this kind of 3D SLAM approaches to perform this. So that's kind of the idea. And the problem is, if you take the state-of-the-art computer vision SLAM robotics techniques that performs this 3D reconstruction and camera trajectory prediction, they really, really struggle on this kind of videos, mainly because they don't have strong geometric features. There is strong reflections, as you can see from the colon surfaces. The light also varies as the camera moves. So for all of this, our traditional state-of-the-art computer vision algorithm space for these cases. So our idea was, can we sort of use the fact that the light is co-located with the camera, and can we observe the reflection of the light from the surface of the organ, and can we use this for depth estimation? So basically, in absence of any other cues, can we use the fact that the light is attached to the camera, and we know that the light is reflecting from the surface, and can we use this cue? So what does this cue translate to a little bit more mathematically? What this means is, suppose you have this colon surface that you are imaging, your camera and lights are located together. So you will have different points on the surfaces that receive different intensity of the light depending on their distance and orientation with respect to the camera. So for example, if you have this point on the left, it's, as you can see, it's shown very bright. That probably means the point is very close to the light source of the camera and probably facing the camera. And as you see other points in the image, they're probably further and further away from the camera, which means the light they're receiving is very, very small. So we kind of use this idea that the reflection, the intensity of the reflection of light can actually indicate you about the depth of the organ. And then we kind of use this to create different kind of representation of the light point and the attenuation of the light. I'm not going to go into the more graphics details about it. And so we use this to understand that if you have an image, and this is just an intensity map, and this is the normal map, and if you take these representations that we created in the last slide on this per pixel light direction and light attenuation, and if you simply compute this per pixel lighting field, which is another representation, we observe that this per pixel lighting field and the intensity field are very co-located, very correlated with each other. That means that if we have the intensity field, we have some idea about the depth map of the image. So the lighting reflections do indicate how the geometric structures of the image looks like. So we use this kind of representation, and then what we do is we take a state-of-the-art. Okay. Yeah, so we take a backbone depth prediction network. So this is a backbone depth prediction network that's currently state-of-the-art in computer vision. It's used Dino V2 features together with GPT hybrid transformer-based model. So the one on the left is usually a state-of-the-art for any depth prediction method you want to use. While they produce reasonable performance, they're not quite the best. So what we do is, on top of this, we use this lighting information to refine the prediction of this monocular depth estimation algorithm, and we obtain this depth. And this is the reconstructed mesh where you can see the detailed fold that we were able to reconstruct with this. So that's kind of the key idea. I'm going to show some few results where you can sort of see the differences. These are all synthetic data where you can at least get an understanding of the ground truth. We also have results on clinical data where you do not really know the understanding of the ground truth. So you can see the image on the left, the ground truth here, and then the third column is actually our final result. And you can see the result is much closer to the ground truth than the state-of-the-art algorithms on monocular depth estimation, which produces good shape, but not quite the accurate representation. A few are the results on more complicated views, and you can see compared, oh, sorry, this is the real data. So this is on the real clinical data. We do not have any ground truth because this all comes from clinical videos of endoscopy. But you could sort of imagine looking at this and looking at the prediction of our results on the left, then it gets the shape of the colon much more clearly than some other methods. And a few more results here. We can also reconstruct the surface. This is just a monocular depth estimation, but you can take the monocular depth and you can create a mesh, and you can then move the mesh around to try to visualize the reconstructed surface in 3D. And we were able to do reasonably good job compared to the set state of the art on this. We also ran like lots of tables that are standard in computer vision conferences, and we were able to get state of the art on this data set, and comparing to many other papers, we're producing pretty good depth estimation. Okay, so that kind of completes our work on endoscopic measurements using this inverse graphics techniques. The next kind of work that I'm going to talk on is not quite applied to healthcare problem yet. I'm just going to motivate how it can be applied, and I'm going to show you a results that more on graphics part of the work, and I will talk about future research that can make it extended to healthcare. I'm happy to take suggestions from people on how this can be useful for other techniques. So the idea is, in many practical applications, you are interested in tracking the effect of weight gain or weight loss on faces, or the effects of aging on faces, or the effect of corrective facial surgeries on faces. And many of these face-related techniques needs understanding how the face transforms over time and being able to predict the trajectory of the transformation. So imagine having an app that takes care of your fitness routine and looks at your face at a point of time and tries to give some kind of prediction on what can happen over a period of time. Or it can analyze your faces over the last 3 months and tries to understand if you have actually lost some weight on the face or not. This can, of course, be then also improved over face to the whole body. Now, you can still do this. If you go to this, if you're a part of this expensive gym membership, then you might actually have a high quality 3D scanner in the gym that analyzes your full body and kind of gives you this expensive report. But this is probably very, very few gyms that have access to this kind of high quality 3D scanners and sensors that allows you to perform this. But instead, the question is, can we achieve the same quality result with a regular smartphone camera, which we can just use to take few pictures of ourselves and solve this? Now, predicting the likely future change is a hard problem. And the question that we particularly try to solve is, do we try to just generally learn a global trend of how people age or how their faces gets transformed as a result of weight loss? And this is what many computer vision papers often tried doing in the past, which is, can we learn the trajectory of how people age? However, how people age or how people's face changes is often entirely personal, depending on their genetics and healthcare, lifestyle, a lot of personal things that are very hard to predict from a global model only. So the idea that we were kind of exploring is, can we sort of predict the effects of aging by understanding not only a global model, but also understanding a personal model that takes care of your personal photos and tries to use this to predict how you're going to look like 10 years, 15 years down the line. So here is one work. Again, this is not yet applied to healthcare, but much more on graphic side of things. And you all know these people probably. This is Al Pacino, and this is King George. And the first one is a portrait image of Al Pacino at 68. And we were interested in how we can render this as a person that is 30 years old. And if you look at the previous work, other than ours, they all look somewhat like a 30 years old. But then if you actually have images of how Al Pacino looked at 30 years old, they do not quite match. It looks like a 30-year-old person, but it definitely does not look like Al Pacino. Similarly, there is a picture of King George at 30 years old, and we want to make King George look 70 years old. And these are the results of all different algorithms. And if you kind of use the reference picture of how King George looks like, I believe we can kind of think of this as much more of an appropriate way of how he looks like. So the prediction of how a person's face would age is a harder problem. And previous algorithms have tried to solve this kind of using a global trend. That means knowing how generally faces age. Our idea was to kind of learn a specific person-specific model that can accurately predict how the person would age in this kind of applications. And hopefully that will have some effects in more healthcare applications, because the fidelity in healthcare applications is expected to be larger. So without going into the technical details, this is how kind of it works. So you will have an input image, you will have a target age, and this is in case of Oprah, and you will have a bunch of photos of Oprah at different years that are in your repository. And when you want to train a model, you want to take the input image and you want to synthesize a version of the input image in the target age, and then you basically try to formulate a loss that is more personalized, that takes this age transformed output and compares it to the personal photo gallery that you have of Oprah at different point of time. And we also learned a global aging trend that is on the top that kind of shows how people generally age. But then we have an adapter network that tries to learn a very person-specific style of how a particular person would age over time. And so here is another video. This is again Al Pacino. And we kind of can synthesize that person at many, many, many different years. I think the video froze. Okay. So we did a good amount of user study where we asked many users to look at the age progression and regression results of different algorithms, and we compare with them. And we specifically chose celebrities that many of us are familiar with and has seen many, many images, so we can judge the fidelity of the transformations that we can produce. And we were getting pretty good results compared to the other methods. So this, as I said, this work we haven't really applied yet to healthcare setup, and it's much more on trying to predict aging in more graphics-oriented way and trying to get to that high quality of fidelity. And our idea is to kind of perform this in much more 3D, because if you can perform the 3D tracking and 3D prediction, then this method would have actual usefulness in predicting weight gain and loss, where you can kind of look at the volumes of the face that change, where you have gained weight, where you have lost weight, and specific stuff. And then we are also interested in kind of building these facial models that are more anatomically consistent. For example, if you're interested in corrective facial surgery application, having just a 3D model of your face is not enough. You need to know where the skull is, where the muscles are, where the skin are. So we are kind of trying to build a much better parametric generative models that are based on this kind of anatomical structure of the face using CT scan of skulls and then facial models. So that's kind of the idea where we want to take this, to take this kind of graphics approach that can produce high fidelity facial transformations and then apply this to healthcare problems to understand this. So that's kind of in summary what I have talked about. My research is mainly in computer graphics and inverse graphics techniques, but we can have very interesting applications of these techniques in the domain of health sensing and can solve many interesting problems by translating these techniques really well. So hopefully I can kind of convince you on these new applications. So I want to thank my research group and the students that have been part of our group in UNC Chapel Hill, and especially to my wonderful cats, who has been a constant source of inspiration in all of these projects. And one of them definitely doesn't like to be photographed. Okay, thank you. And any questions?
Thank you, Ronnie. Very interesting work. Any questions?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I had potentially two questions that might be related. The first, both about the kind of the aging work you just talked about. The first was kind of, did you identify any kind of trends in where, I imagine that if you're changing your age, there are non-linear kind of parts where you age much faster, so maybe during puberty or teenage years, or maybe you age kind of much more when you're old and you're kind of ill. Did you kind of identify any non-linearities there? And then the second one was about kind of data set skew and using potentially more celebrities, kind of well-funded, good lifestyles compared to kind of regular folks.
Yeah, it's a very good question. So let me talk about the linearity and non-linearity of aging. I mean, generally, the aging is a very non-linear process in a sense that we tried to initially solve this in a previous paper for a 0-year-old child onwards. And we found that the amount of transformation that happens between 0 to puberty is significantly large. And then after you hit kind of 20 years old, the changes in the facial shape is less. It's more changes in texture. And some of them are mainly related to, like in case of men, it's related to hair growth or having beard, more stylistic changes. And then once you hit like 50 onwards, there is a sudden change in your skin textures that we observe, like there are more wrinklings of the faces starting to happen. So that's more texture change. It's still not a huge face shape change. But once you go to 60 and 70, you start to see much more shrinking eyes and then much more lower faces. So there are actually studies that kind of looked into how human faces change with time, especially like looking at the eye size, which is significantly bigger in a baby, and then kind of gradually shrinks over time, gets stable, and then shrinks again when you are old. So this is a very nonlinear process. And what we found is this kind of methods are still reasonable when you start after puberty. Before puberty, this becomes even difficult. And maybe we need a model that can specifically focus on the puberty part of the facial transformation. But then working with kids' data is difficult. I mean, even if we think of celebrities, you hardly get high quality kids' images of any celebrities that are kind of older now. So that's one thing. About the data set, yes, one thing we noticed also is the data sets needs, so when we take a lot of female celebrities, especially actresses, they often have different kind of plastic surgeries. So with those, it's very hard to actually keep up with the trajectory of the aging change, especially with skin texture. And then you can also argue that some of the celebrity data sets have much better healthcare regime than a normal person would have. So getting a normal person data set would be more useful, but that requires kind of like going through IRB to collect that data set and making it useful. But I believe like there are more challenges when you go from a celebrity level to everyday person level, but the variation is significantly large.
Yeah, excellent talk. I think there's a lot of the ideas behind inverse rendering and compositionality, I think really quite underexplored in the context of RPPG measurement. I'm curious what your thoughts are on incorporating, physically based rendering rules into an inverse rendering pipeline to, say, disentangle subject albedo in a dynamic manner.
Yeah, I mean, we have done past work where we try to kind of use this physically based measurement. The problem starts is when you start to go to the next stages of this. For example, if you try to model subsurface scattering, or you try to model interreflections that happens, maybe not so much in faces, it gets significantly difficult just from a single image without a solid knowledge of the 3D. And even for faces, you need to kind of know what's the surrounding lighting distribution to really understand how there is interreflections and so on. So that's why where we have been taking more data-driven machine learning approaches, like people have been using diffusion models as prior or GAN as prior, where you can circumnavigate the problem of completely knowing the graphics of the scene, where you need that that kind of high quality 3D model, luminance estimation, and so on. Any other questions? Yes.
So in terms of aging, how do you think that this changes, the trajectory of changes and the timeline, how granular it is? Like, is it like a 6-month data if we can collect? That could be enough information to...
No, I think for the aging here, so in this case, aging for celebrities especially, I mean, in many cases, the actual age of the image is plus minus 1 or 2 years. Like, yes, they uploaded the image, but was the image taken at that point of time? Was it taken before? We sometimes use age detectors to numerically find out the accuracy. These detectors are off by 3 to 5 years. So you can sort of take this granularity in the results by 5 to 10 years. Like, that's my impression. However, if you're looking at a data that is specific to weight gain or loss in an athlete's, and you have the specific 5 to 6 months of data of drastic change in face shape, that's where you can apply this, but you will need that data to learn that trajectory first. So what we do is we learn our trajectory from a small time point, and then we extrapolate this trajectory to predict what's going to happen in the future or what could happen in the past. But at least you need to see a reasonable face shape change trajectory that is happening. Any other questions?
I have one other question. So I think what's really interesting in many of the things you talked about here is that you don't necessarily have ground truth, right? So these are semi or self-supervised techniques where you're leveraging kind of certain amount of invariance. So in the PPG work, like the idea that you can introduce motion while not changing the heart rate. Do you have ideas of any other sort of health-related applications where it might be possible to, for example, gather or generate that type of data in a physiologically invariant way? Other example might be, changing lighting in a video while obviously not changing the physiological state of the subject. From a graphics perspective, is how easy is it to simulate, for example, changes in lighting that are realistic and that have the reflectance properties of...
Yeah, I think the lighting, let's say, like the state of the art can change the lighting. What I'm not sure is, again, would that destroy the underlying PPG signal? I mean, it kind of turns out for motion that the motion frequency spectrum do not correlate well with the PPG spectrum, but it's likely that the lighting spectrum will correlate much more with the PPG spectrum because both are kind of based on the reflection of light from the face. So I think a direct applying of state-of-the-art relighting techniques for this may not work. And we might have to think of, like, currently your face relighting techniques are based on the quality of the generated image and fidelity with respect to the lighting direction. But maybe what we need is also, like, can we do relighting without destroying the underlying PPG signal and still produce something that is realistic? I think being able to get to that where you can then use this as a way of data augmentation. Yeah.
Thanks.
One more question. On the part about transferring the motion of person to another person for PPG activation. So I was wondering if you take a still photo of the person to whom you're transferring, would that work? Would that be enough?
So this is only for creating data set. No, if you need that video, because
you need the video of the original
person. The original person's video and their RPPG is what stays the same. Right. You just change their video motion to another person's video motion.
Because there's work on kind of transferring motion to a single frame as well. And then you probably capture the RPPG of the person.
Yes, exactly. Then you kind of apply the RPPG of the driving person to this video.
I have a question. Yes. This is related to the PPG signal. So, like, I'm new to this area, and this question might be nice.
So I was curious, do you think that for capturing the PPD signal, light of a particular wavelength would be more useful than the white light of the camera? I mean, like the way we do with the contact PPD. Light of particular wavelength captures the data better in comparison to the white light source. So do you think in camera, in case of camera or face PPG, such kind of light source will be useful, or light of particular wavelength?
Yeah, my guess is they're useful. I guess the main reason of focusing on RGB is those cameras are widely used everywhere. I mean, now only we are starting to have IR sensor, and I'm not sure how useful IR would be for this specifically. So you kind of have to then design cameras that have other wavelength light in them so that they can transmit it on the face. I think they would be useful, but I guess the main reason everyone is in the space of RGB is RGB cameras are everywhere, and you do not need to change the requirement of buying an RGB camera and just use the existing devices.
I mean, I meant some sort of filter, not replacing the RGB camera, but some sort of filter so that I mean you can capture a particular.
Yeah, I think in healthcare setting, if this is like a healthcare person and they have a simple filter that they can put on top of their camera and just transmit that wavelength of light and use that to improve the accuracy, I think that would also be useful. Uh, I am not. I have seen some work which is much more on using non-visible spectrum of light for different kind of health measurement. I'm not exactly so sure in this particular domain what's kind of the state of the art is. I guess Daniel, if you have like other comments here.
Yeah, I can comment on it briefly. Yeah, so that can help, but you don't know the composition of the ambient light. So if you choose a specific filter and you happen to be in an environment where that that isn't particularly strong illumination in that frequency band, it could be worse than just using the broadband. So there's trade-offs there for sure. In a environment where you can customize both the ambient lighting or have a directed light source and filter it, then for sure that could be optimal. But in most cases, you might be able to control one of those things, but almost certainly not both. Particularly ambient light sources are hard to control in a home, for example. Yeah.
I'm sorry if somebody else asked something similar already, but for the Motion Matters experiments, have you tried, you did use this neural network to introduce motion at training time for a more robust model. Have you attempted using this technique to eliminate motion at inference time for improved performance?
So do you mean like during test time, alter the video in a way where you remove the motion?
Right, yeah, the motion video would just be somebody sitting statically.
Yeah. No, we haven't. I guess like that's also an interesting angle. I don't think we explored that so well, like trying to use other methods to keep it static and then using state-of-the-art method to kind of detect it. Yeah, I guess we haven't.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea.
That's an interesting angle. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you once again for the presentation. We've got a little time now for a break, so we will take a 15-minute break, and then there'll be the next set of paper presentations from 4:30 to 5:30. Thanks everyone for coming.
I'm fine.
What are you doing?
Yes.
Do I unmute myself here?
Yeah, if you stay muted, this is on meeting. So.
I had a few S. So for the heart rate and the respiration rate is more tolerable. Yes, it's proud. So this company have a lot of big we do it with others, yeah, we do it on a little robot. Like, it will be on robot.
Right, welcome back everyone. So in the next session, we've got 3 more in-person presentations and then 2 virtual presentations. So 5 more papers in this session. And the first one will be a multitask video-based approach for newborn anthropometry, NurtureNet.
Yep, hi everyone. So I'll present a work on newborn anthropometry, primarily more about the motivation and so on. You can go and read about the tons of experiments in the paper eventually. So I'm representing Madhvani AI. We are a non-profit applied AI institute in India working on creating AI models for social impact. We're operating primarily in 3 areas of agriculture, education, and healthcare, and then several projects in each of these 3 verticals. In healthcare, we're focusing on 2 or 3 main areas. One is medical imaging, naturally, but then there's a couple more. One is on tuberculosis, which is a massive issue in developing countries. And then the third one is maternal, newborn, and child health. So let's talk about one of our projects in the latter maternal, newborn, and child health area. And the main kind of motivating factor that drives us in some of these directions is relatively high neonatal mortality rate, about 25. This is about 6 to 7 for developed countries. But more than just mortality rate, it's the morbidity and the kind of permanent damage that is done to the child that as the child grows and then encounters perhaps neurological development issues. So often what is done in many of these scenarios is to measure the weight of a baby as a proxy or an indicator, a statistic of sorts, to say how healthy the child is, right? And the first few weeks of life are always very important. So this is done in rural India in settings like this. As you can see, there's this person who visits home to home, places the child in a little bag-like thing, and then uses a spring balance to measure the weight of the baby. Right? Now, these are primarily babies in the age of 0 to 42 days, so the first 6 weeks of life. And as you can imagine, there are a bunch of issues with this measurement process. Anyone wants to say something? Seems okay.
It doesn't seem so bad.
Well,
the kid doesn't
so you
fall
have
out.
the mother holding the child.
As long as the kid doesn't fall.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's the primary concern of the mother as well, right? So she's holding the child from the bottom often, therefore resulting in errors in measurement. Sometimes the spring balances are like 10 years old. And spring balances, they'll only get kind of give higher and higher measurements over time, right? So in a sense, you want to find out children that are low weight, but these instruments are kind of tending towards high weight, which is another problem. Parallax issues, notation issues, and then eventually you get these kind of sheets of how many visits were done and what were the weight recordings at the time of the visits. And you'll see this very interesting column, which basically says this is the weight at birth in particular for about 9 children. And all babies have 2.5 kg, right? And what is the chance of that happening? So 2.5 kg happens to be the kind of cutoff above which you need, or below which you need to provide extra care. So you round up the weight to 2.5 kg, You don't need to provide extra care. Right? So there are reporting issues as well. Sometimes necessarily not done out of malice, but out of difficulties of reaching the rural areas to actually provide these services. So what we're trying to do is kind of provide an accurate process through which we can measure the weight of a newborn and monitor their growth over the first few weeks of life. And this is also a digital reporting mechanism that can directly go and inform the district health officials or the state officials to kind of let them know what is the scenario in your state and where do you need to make interventions. So the current conventional approaches are primarily threefold. One is this weight measurement that we saw. Measuring the length is equally difficult. You need to flatten the baby out of an infantometer, and this is like, the baby always starts crying, so you do that last. And you need to also measure the head circumference and chest circumference and other things like that, right? So can we kind of get rid of all these instruments and somehow use vision, because vision is cool, to make all of these measurements come out in one simple swipe of a smartphone, so to say, right? So we don't have spring balances, but we do have low-cost smartphones. So that's kind of some of the developments that have happened. But the smartphones are about below $100 or so. So you don't expect iPhones with LiDAR scanners or so. So this is what we kind of set out to do. Collected some data for doing this in rural parts of the country. Did some ground truth measurements on the children that we had. This is a short snippet of the video to show how that process was done. There was an informed consent in point one that is not shown here. And so you take a video of the child by simply doing a little rainbow-like shape around the baby, right? So vision system, it will give you a bunch of angles. It's not the same as doing multi-view, because ideally you would like 15 cameras simultaneously, but that's not happening. And so you then kind of place the baby on a digital weighing machine to understand what its weight is. The digital weighing machines was specially designed for our particular use case, because a normal digital weighing machine without a hold function will fluctuate up to 200 grams as you place the baby on it, and it starts kicking around. So got some ground truth, did this, built an AI model, right? The model itself is nothing super fancy, but it's essentially using a CNN conventional neural network backbone, takes a bunch of, subsamples a bunch of frames from the videos, encodes them, processes all those frames together simultaneously, and then produces some regressional-based weight estimate. Now, you can augment this model with a bunch of things. And so you can think of doing multiple tasks at the same time, because all anthropometric measurements are correlated with each other. So you can say, hey, instead of only predicting the weight, can I also predict the length, head circumference, and chest circumference? Right? So because all of them tend to kind of go together somehow. Next, you can say, I have some information, not always reliable, but about the birth weight and the age of the child. And now that provides an average growth trend of sorts for the model to kind of build on top. Note that without the video, you get an average trend for every baby, which is not useful. If you want personalized for a particular baby, what is its weight, you always have to provide the video. Nevertheless, we found the birth weight and the age can be slightly helpful. Two more things that we kind of incorporated into the model. One is to make sure that the model is actually looking at the baby and not some spurious signals around in the video, such as the bed sheet, for example. We did some segmentation, and then another task was to do some key point prediction, right? Identifying where are the parts, key parts of the baby. So the data collection followed a similar protocol to what exists in the field right now. So there's this home-based neonatal care protocol developed by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare that that expects these healthcare workers, field workers, to go visit homes and measure the weight of the baby at these days. And so we collected 10,000 videos, which was quite nice. 10,000 visits done over a longitudinal setting for about 3,000 odd newborns. There's a validation set that we talked about over here. And the error rates are not so bad, right? So we're approximately getting 83% of the videos to predict an error within 200 grams. That is about less than 10% for 95% of samples. In MAE terms, we saw a bunch of MAE numbers before. So weight is about 114 grams, which is pretty good. And the length, head circumference, and chest circumference are about a little over a centimeter. In terms of mean absolute relative errors, again, those are pretty good numbers. So a bunch of ablations in the paper, all the SOTA numbers as always. chessboards. So how do you take the video is one important aspect to consider, right? Because that's also in our control. If you notice, there was a wooden ruler placed below the baby that provides a sense of scale, right? If you hold the phone closer to the baby is not heavier. It's just the phone is closer. So the depth is understood by having a standard reference object that could be easily available in field settings. Happens that people have wooden rulers, but not chessboards naturally. Having these visual proxy tasks helps the model to kind of focus more on the baby and thereby get better. And then tabular inputs also helps a bit more. You can make these standard red versus ground truth curves, scatter plots, and it's a fairly nice setting. So the best fit line is almost linear. There's always a usual tendency to go to the mean, which you can also see in our case. Is 115 grams good? So we did a little ground error study to analyze what happens with the spring balances right now. And it turns out that they get an average error, or mean absolute error of about 183 grams, right? So using a spring balance correctly, or having a spring balance in the first place is not always something that you can trivially consider. You can make some cumulative plots about that, and it so happens that the blue R model tends to be better at many of these cumulative checkpoints. And now we take this model and we need to put it and get it to work on a mobile phone that is kind of low cost and so on. So we took the model of initially 120 megabytes or so and compressed it down to 15 megabytes with standard pruning and quantization methods, with a 3 gram increase in weight error or so. So the model runs now on the device, takes about a few seconds, 5 to 10 seconds. By the time they complete the video, they wait for a bit, and then all 4 numbers are produced. So we've deployed this in one of the states in India and just started to train some field workers. About 100 of them are already using it. Super happy that they don't have to carry all these instruments, and looking forward to scale towards the rest of the country over the next few months and years. So thank you so much.
Very impressive work. Any questions?
So you did all the compute on device.
Yeah.
So that has the advantage, you don't have to worry about transmission, you don't have to worry about compute costs, but if you have different phones, then you've got to make it run on different. So why did you do it? That's why I've asked you. Obviously, you know what you're doing, so why did you choose
One
that?
of the reasons was primarily the availability of internet.
Internet, yeah. That's
right. So if it's not available, then they'll need to wait, go back home, sync, and then come back the next day to provide the recommendation, right? Which you've already lost the case.
But did you have any, how heterogeneous were the phones? You know,
Yeah,
did you have
so
any challenges there or not?
We have been deploying, so the last 3 months, we have encountered about 30 devices, 30 kinds of devices. Yeah. And the model has been fairly stable on most of them, which is nice to see. We did do a bunch of strong augmentations, so to say, to make it more compatible across devices, and that helped a bit.
I'm curious about the ruler. Does the model just have the video, including the ruler in frame, or do you do any sort of special pre-processing involving it?
No, you place the baby, put a ruler below it. So instead of a spring balance, now you need a ruler.
Right. But that is just going to be fed in with the image into the neural network.
That's right.
Very transparently. Okay,
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So some plans to kind of get rid of the wooden ruler are if you can place an object of known dimensions. Or place an object and then tell the model later, these are the dimensions of the object that I've placed. That may also be kind of something to allow the model to consider. Yeah. Okay. Essentially, it needs a mapping from pixels to centimeters to then volume to weight.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had a question about the kind of the multi-headed approach to the neural nets for predicting kind of different biometrics.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you lose then by having kind of the multi-level? I assume that, as you say, that they're often very well correlated. Potentially there are certain kind of conditions where they become uncorrelated, and then by having this net that's trying to do everything at once, it doesn't really capture that.
Yeah, great question. So we did look at kind of individual samples that tend to be heavier but not longer, taller. And in those cases, sometimes the length error tends to be worse off. But in general, we're not necessarily seeing that having 4 heads is making predictions worse. So that's kind of promising. Good point to consider.
Brilliant work.
Can the next speaker come up while we just swap over? You can take one more question, but just wanted to make sure we.
I was curious, are there certain biomarkers like height circumference that correlate strongly with weight? And if so, how does the model compare to those?
Yeah, the model is much better. So I think we tried kind of using length to predict weight, height circumference to predict weight, and so on. Model tends to be better in most cases. There are correlations, but often making the measurements of those things is also not trivial. Like you need to measure the head circumference by placing the tape around the backbone in the proper place. Otherwise, you kind of make mistakes. So, thank you.
Thank you. There are multiple. That's the display. Oh, this is not. Sorry. Does anyone have an HDMI to? Oh,
Yeah. Just use the same one, I think. You have two, though. Yeah, it's on 19.
The next presentation is on video-based computational coding of movement anomalies in ASD children.
So should I choose the test?
The easiest thing to do is go into present mode and then choose the one you want to.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm Priya from TCS Research. I'm presenting this work on behalf of my team. So this work is in video-based computational coding of movement anomalies in autism spectrum disorder children. Yeah. So the motivation behind this work is it's one of the most, ASD is one of the most disabling neurodevelopment disorders. Which occurs in childhood, and according to WHO 2023, its estimated world prevalence is 1 in 100 children. In India, it ranges between 0.1 to 1% in various studies. The autistic conditions are sometimes misdiagnosed. Parents on an average visit 4 to and sometimes 4 to 11 doctors. The diagnosis takes place mostly in cities. Small towns and rural areas are mostly out of the ambit of the diagnosis. Early diagnosis and autism-specific treatment, it improves the cognitive development, and in some cases, it moves ASD children to the average child IQ range and sometimes above it. So this is improving their quality of life significantly. However, behavioral assessment, typically they do not capture data from children in their natural environment. And there's a need for automatic and quantitative analysis tools that can be used by parents of the children, clinician, or general practitioner to identify children at risk of ASD. Our contribution of this work is we designed a set of tasks for feature selection with assistance from ASD clinical psychologists and therapists. Due to unavailability of the public dataset, we collected our own dataset. Our computational coding of spatio-temporal feature differentiates the behavioral phenotype of the two study groups, and we propose a computer vision machine learning based novel framework for early detection of ASD children in their natural environment with a performance accuracy of 95%. About the database. So, like I said, we built our own data set. This is relevant to Indian scenario, and the data set is collected in natural settings. So it consists of 210 videos, out of which 616 videos are that of ASD, and 94 videos are that of TD children. The two study groups were matched on the parameter of age, and like the permissions were taken from institutional ethics committee, parents, caregiver, and the confirmed diagnosis of ASD was the inclusion criteria for the children for the clinical group. The whole data was collected over a time span of about 2 months. Feature-wise, we have in this work we have investigated the movement biomarkers of ASD children, mainly the 3 biomarkers: eye movement, name calling response, and neck movement. We've designed simple activities so that children in the age group of 3 to 7 years, they can perform these tasks, and even the low functioning ASD children, they are able to perform these tasks. The designed activities planned in consultation with clinical psychologists and therapists who have expertise in this area. About the data acquisition. So the participant watched a video on a computer screen for 5 minutes. The participants were seated approximately 15 inches from a 13-inch computer screen. We collected the data using a built-in camera of the laptop along with the external 4K resolution camera. And a popular Sesame Street series video was played. This was the stimulus. And the language of the video was Hindi, which is the most common language in Kanpur, where the data collection happened. So the reason for choosing the Sesame Street video is the study says that ASD children, they are more attracted to non-social stimulus. They are more attracted to colors and music. The first feature, brief introduction, is ASD children. This is based on the study that they show reduced attention span and eye fixation. So eye tracking is normally a common methodology for analyzing the gaze behavior. So usually all the prior work have used eye trackers, which are expensive and inaccessible, and they're not suitable for natural settings for the data acquisition. So to explore the atypical attention span, what we have done is we have studied the eye movement of the children while watching the stimulus. So for features extraction, since this data is collected in natural settings, so multi-heads are also present in the data set. So we've used a simple Lucas Canary optical flow algorithm for tracking of head, and the features, the 70 key points of facial landmark is extracted using the Open Pose library. Here we have plot the eye coordinates in x-axis along the time span of 4 minutes, and the plot on the right side is that of ASD children, and the one on the left is that of the TD children. As we can see that for TD children, the variations in the data is much higher, which represents that the eye movement or the eye velocity is much higher for TD children in comparison to the ASD children. Sorry, of ASD children in comparison to the TD children. Here we have plotted mean and standard deviation of eye movement of each ASD and TD child. So this variation is plotted in terms of pixels. So the standard deviation of ASD group varies between 37 to 367 pixels, whereas that of TD group majorly varies between 5 to 32 pixels, with an exception of one child. Moving to the next feature, the name calling response. So ASD children, they have difficulty in responding to their name call, orienting to a name call when engaged in any activity, or even without any activity, they find it difficult to respond to a name call. So based on this, we designed an experiment that while engaged in the watching the video task, each participant was called by their name at a predefined fixed time, and the name calling was done from the back. So an abrupt change in the head pose is in response to the name is expected. Based on that, what was the response time of the name call? This is the plot. So the green one is for TD. As we can see that the typically developing children, they responded in less than 5 seconds, whereas ASD children, they took majority of the children, they did not respond to the name calls. One child responded and took more than 5 minutes. Moving to the next feature, motor movement abnormalities. So ASD children, they have been observed to show motor abnormalities in very early development, years of development. So the prior work demonstrate that such abnormalities are in the form of postural asymmetries during line, head lag during pull to sit transition, difficulty in maintaining the midline neck position. So based on this, So based on this, we formulated another task where a child, while watching the video, we extract the neck angle of a child, which is here, the vector connecting the nose tip to the shoulder midline, and the other vector connecting to the two shoulders. So for every frame, we calculate, we evaluate what is the angle, neck angle between these two vectors. And these are the plots of mean and standard deviation of neck angle of ASD and TD children. And right side is the variance plot. So in both these plots, we can see that the standard deviation and the variance is quite high for ASD children in comparison to the TD children. Motivated by these results, we developed our own, we propose a framework where we use these features which we have established before formulating this framework. Using these features, we feed it to a simple, lightweight machine learning model, and we evaluate the accuracy of the model. So here, as a first step, we give input video frames as a data cleaning part. Data cleaning and denoising part, we only take the frames where the confidence score of the algorithm, open pose algorithm, is more than 0.8. And we leave out the frames where the confidence score is low. To extrapolate those data, left out data, we use Kalman filter. Then the denoise data, from the denoise data, we extract eye feature, neck angle, and 3D head pose, and then we concatenate this horizontally and pass it to the classifier. So based on this, we evaluate. Based on this, on the data set, these are our evaluation results. So we evaluated it on three lightweight machine learning models, decision tree, KNN, and SVM. And in SVM, we found the accuracy to be around 95%. The reason for not going ahead with the neural net or any other models is, one is the data set. Since the data set is data set contains 35 subjects, that is one reason. And the second thing is, we are also working towards developing this as a mobile application. So we want the application to be lightweight. So, and given SVM was given 95% accuracy. So as of now, with respect to the machine learning models, we stopped here. And this is the evaluation results. Also, we did a case study in our data set. We found two outliers. The ASD outlier had an early intervention at the age of 2. And that is where the 95% accuracy is where the accuracy is 95%. Otherwise, the accuracy would have gone to 100%. And there was also one TD outlier, which seems to have attention deficit disorder. We checked with the teacher too, and she also agreed that the child faces difficulty in coping up with the curriculum. Thank you. So the main purpose of this work is to create the much needed awareness related to ASD, and to basically help in early intervention. So that's the hope. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. Any questions?
I have a question. So, a very interesting work, and I have a question about. So your experiment, you show the difference in terms of the eye gaze movement of the SD group and the control group. But what if the coexist of the ASD and the other mental health issue like ADHD, like the last issue you mentioned, is that it's possible to separate those two mental health in terms of like IPs or other behavior patterns?
So if I've understood your question, you asked that based on the eye movement feature, can we differentiate? So that is why. So we take these three features together, and this is just the part of the work. We have also taken gross and fine motor movement, like the way you hold a glass, and so we have not included those work in this. So when you take just one feature, then maybe yes, the ADHD children and ASD, it will be difficult to actually separate these out. So that is why we have taken these combination of features, which will help in a more accurate separation of these two groups. Have I answered your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Could the next speaker come up while we just take next question?
So you ended up with a support vector machine,
yes.
And I wonder if you can comment. It might be difficult with the numbers that you have, but does that help you position not just as a classifier, but almost a regressor to kind of to talk about the level of severity of ASD? Like if you look at your support vector, do you see children who are kind of very severe ASD further away from that boundary, and ones that are kind of milder cases closer to the middle, or is that something you need more data for?
Yes, I think that will be a very that will be actually next step, I think, to detect the severity. So as of now, we are focusing mainly on the early detection, because if we are able to do that with a mobile application, and because of such a large population, and it will be a good start. But yes, definitely, as a next step, this is a very good problem to work on. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. Just for the sake of time, we're going to move on now to our final in-person presentation. The title is GPT as Psychologist, Preliminary Evaluations of GPT-4V on Visual Affective Computing.
Oh, yeah. How to use the right hand terminal.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, you need the
yeah.
Is there a slideshow?
Yeah, this one.
Is it this one?
Yeah. This is show, but
oh yeah. No, it will just be in the settings.
Okay.
Sorry, unfortunately, I can't read it.
Oh, I see.
Okay, can you do that again?
Yeah.
Let's get back there.
This one? Or maybe I can use Loom, and you can help me to share the screen. Loom.
Sure, yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
I see. Okay. So because Howell is not coming here for his visa policy, and I will help him to present this paper about GPT as a psychologist. We will do a preliminary evaluations for GPT-4 on very effective computing. So this work is collaborating with Hong Kong University of Science and Technology and also the Institute of Computing Technology, CAIS. As we know, that multimodality large language models can handle different types of information like text, speech, image, and videos. Although they are great at understanding language, it's important to say how well they perform in real-world tasks to improve its application. For example, like effective computing. So to show what GPT can do, so we do a test on its scale in some key areas on emotion computing. So we begin with these tasks, these 6 tasks: action unit detection, expression recognition, compound emotion recognition, macro expression and macro gesture recognition, and dissipation detection. So also we use GPT to we use different kinds of questions for GPT, like the decision making, and also some kind of open-ended question. First is about action unit detection, and as we know that the facial action coding system provides a reliable framework for analyzing facial expressions. So it breaks down expression into different components called action units, so which corresponding to the activation of specific facial muscles. By identifying this action unit, people can systematically examine facial expression and the emotion states they represent. So we evaluate on GPT-4 in BU recognition, use the EIS dataset. So as we can see that GPT-4 can demonstrate a superior accuracy and achieving near perfect judgment for all BUs. Although our introduction used a limited number of examples, our comprehensive evaluation highlighted the GPT-4's remarkable performance in this single task. So we also assess the quantitative performance, and we use the analysis method to benchmark the F1 indicators reported in relevant studies. So, and also the GPT-4 can also imply the sort of performance. So this is first, and another tough task is about compound emotion recognition, which is beyond simple emotion recognition for requiring the identifying and analysis of multiple emotion simultaneously. So this complexity is higher by the need to detect and classify a range of overlapping or ambiguous emotions due to the necessity of the accurate identifying or classifying multiple conflicting emotions. So as shown in this figure, and our analysis indicate that GPT can recognize compound expressions and also can be more accurate than the individual person. So this does not just imply that GPT is better than recognize using the compound expression. Rather, it suggests that compound expression data is more objective, enabled it for GPT to make more accurate judgment. And the next one is more difficult. It's about macro expression recognition. And this is a focus on identifying and interpreting very stable facial expression that reveals rapid emotion shift and attempt to do some to understand some concealed emotions. So these macro expressions are also last a very tiny time, so making them very challenging to understand. So I think this figure, GPT did not have good answer for providing this our providing samples in this task. So it's maybe need to be improved about the very tiny time steps videos. So the next one is a macro gesture recognition, which is focused on identifying small and hard to perceive body movements. So this technology is very valuable for some emotion recognition or in some negotiation or in some mental health assessment. It's relatively used. So the main challenge is to capturing brief and stable movements in the system, and which are hard for people to control. So as we can see that GPT can provide some good answers to the macro gesture test sample. So even for challenging open world questions. However, there are also some stable movements that GPT cannot recognize. It also has some limitation in detecting certain macro gesture and the need further to improvement. So the final one is about the deception detection, and it's for verifying the real or fake of video content, but not in the sorry. It's about not for the because they also have a task in the video generation to decide the video or the image is real or fake. It's not for that because it's for video, the content of in this video is the people trying to deceive, do some to lie or to deceive somebody. So it's very important for security. So we tested GPT on real life data set to show how well in deceiving deceptions. So as shown in this figure, and GPT cannot accurately determine if someone in this video is lying. So, but it's also for humans, it's also a very challenging task for to determine if the another people is lying or not. So that is a GPT's performance in deception detection. Also we do some extension about if GPT can work with human and trying to understand more information. So we found that GPT can use some tools to precise signals, and we extract some color changes from visual video and help GPT to process this signal. And as shown in this figure, GPT can analyze and visualize the data correctly. Although there are a lot of errors, GPT can able to self-correct its answer and provide accurate heart rate results. So that's maybe is a possible solution for GPT to work with human in effective computing. So these are our conclusion, and we know that higher accuracy in recognition some facial action unit because it have more easy understand features, but less accuracy in some facial expression and macro expression is also hard to understand. So and also we can combine it with some effective tool to make the GPT is better working with human in this effective computing area. So thanks for your listening, and we also supply the different cases we used in this survey. So if you want to access them, you can just go to this GitHub page for download. Because Lu Hao is not here, so I'm gonna try my best to answer different questions. So if you have more questions, you can just send an email to him. He will give you a prompt response. Yeah, thank you. So any question?
So question. So does any extra tuning work involved in the GPT-4 during the evaluation across different tasks?
Yeah. So any evaluation for?
Like they evaluate the GPT-4 for emotion recognition, action detection, macro expression recognition. For those kind of tasks, like do they do any like fine-tune prompt engineering, those kind of work to before they evaluate the?
That's about the survey or some basic motivation of this video of this paper, but this part is not for me is not so familiar. So maybe this task this work is done just from when the release of the GPT-4 Waves API. So they try to do this. So, but I do not really know that the other survey or other evaluation. Sorry.
So they kind of like by utilizing what the GPT-4
Yeah.
as is, and directly evaluate from the particular task. That's fine. I have to leave that. Okay.
Thank you.
So now let's check the detail. Yeah, thanks.
Any other question?
And these are all static. These are static images. These are not videos, right?
No.
It's a full video.
Based on different kind of videos or some clips of videos. Or some, okay. Yeah, and also some videos. It's based on the API support. If the API is support or not.
Okay.
Could the micro expressions bit not be working because of the print subsampling of GPT-4?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, sure. So the micro expressions isn't working too well, you said, right?
Oh, sorry.
We can take it in there. We can take it in. Yes. Micro expressions aren't working.
Sorry, do you mind just stop sharing your screen on Zoom?
Yeah, sounds great.
We've got two more video presentations now, and then we'll wrap up quickly after that with the best paper award and close. So the first presentation here is DECnet. This is non-contact emotion monitoring for driving scenarios.
Our research on DECnet, a non-contacting. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Hao Hu from Hangzhou Dianzi University. I'm very glad to have this opportunity to attend the conference today. I'm excited to share our research on DECnet, a non-contacting dual-modality motion classification network for driver health monitoring. I'd like to divide my presentation into 4 parts: introduction, model description, experiments, and conclusions. Firstly, I would like to introduce part 1, introduction, in terms of both background and contributions. Negative emotions have been identified as significant factors influencing driver behavior, easily leading to extremely serious traffic accidents. Hence, there is a pressing need to develop an automatic emotion classification method for driver health monitoring and road safety improvement. The main contribution of our work are as follows. A dual modality driver emotion classification network based on visual video and driver behavior is proposed, enabling efficient utilization of heterogeneous information to improve the classification performance. A multi-text learning strategy with combined loss function is designed, which is beneficial to supervise the feature extraction from different modalities. A series of comparative experiments and analyses are carried out. The experimental results demonstrate that the proposed DECnet has advantages in terms of classification, accuracy, and F1 score. Secondly, I would like to introduce the model in our paper. DECnet consists of three main models: the visual video modality processing model, the driving behavior modality processing model, and the fusion decision model. The corresponding dual modality input signal injected to the DECnet include the visual video signals and driving behavior signals, including steering wheel position, gas handle position, brake handle force, forward direction acceleration, lateral acceleration, forward direction velocity, lateral velocity, and vertical velocity. The output of DECnet is the discrete emotion classification result. In visual video modality processing model, this visual image sequence will be input into the convolution model. We then encode spatial position by adding a visual word embedding to a learnable position embedding. The next part is spatial transformer, which is used to extract the spatial features from visual images. Next, we input the visual sequence of the visual images into the temporal transformer. Each temporal encoder is augmented with temporal encoding embedding. Finally, we perform classification using a fully connected network to obtain the emotion recognition result for the video modality. The driving behavior modality processing module comprises two residual blocks. Each residual block contains three inception units. An average pooling layer is employed to average the output features across the temporal dimension. Within the inception unit, the initial compartment is the bottleneck layer, a one-dimensional convolution layer. The subsequent compartment is a one-dimensional convolution with different kernel size and stripe applied to the same input. To mitigate the model's sensitivity to mono noise, a parallel max pooling operation followed by a one-dimensional convolution is applied in inception unit. The output feature from each convolution are concatenated and processed through a Bechdel layer. Then, the output of the Bechdel layer is combined with the original input and then subject to an additional inception layer. Finally, the model employs global average pooling followed by a fully connected network. In fusion decision model, the features derived from different modalities are merged through a concatenation unit. The dual modality driving emotion classification task is decomposed into three subtasks. The subtask 1 employs the feature from visual video modality. The subtask 2 utilizes the feature from the driving behavior modality. The subtask 3 integrates the feature from both the visual video modality processing module and the driving behavior modality processing module. Next, I would like to introduce the experiments in our paper. We evaluate the influence of hyperparameters on model performance using the PPB-EMO dataset, focusing on the effect of varying the depth of the spatial transformer, temporal transformer, and the inception unit. Three evaluation metrics encoding ACC7, macro F1, and the computational complexity are collected. When the number of layers for spatial encoder, temporal encoder, and the inception unit is set to 1, 3, and 6, DECnet achieves better performance. In this part, a comparative analysis between the proposed DECnet and the contemporary SOTA models is conducted on the PPB-EMO dataset. DECnet exhibits superior performance, securing top two position in terms of accuracy, F1 score, and complexity. specifically achieved the improvement on accuracy and F1 score in the fright, fear, disgust, and the natural emotion classification test over SOTA math. Meanwhile, the classification performance of happiness, sadness, and anger emotion also achieved the top 2 ranking. Notably, the average F1 score and accuracy win the first piece over recently advanced approach to assess the significance of the visual video modality and the driving behavior modality, along with the efficiency of the multi-test learning strategy. The modality evolution experiments and the multi-test learning evolution experiments are conducted in part. In the modality evaluation experiments, DCNet is performed under a single modality and a dual modality, respectively. The results are shown in figure A, B, and D. The dual modality configuration demonstrated a significant improvement in both accuracy and F1 score. In the multi-test learning evaluation experiments, DCNet is performed with the single test learning strategy and the multi-test learning strategy, respectively. The corresponding experimental results are shown in figure C and D. DCNet with the multi-test learning strategy shows a significant improvement in accuracy and F1 score compared to single test learning strategy. We examine the significance of core component within the visual video modality processing model, the driving behavior modality processing model, and the fusion decision model, including spatial transformer, temporal transformer, inception unit, and the concatenation unit in the proposed DCNet. To validate the effectiveness of the spatial transformer in extracting spatial feature from visual video modality, the CVPM is used to replace spatial transformer. After that, a discernible decline in classification performance can be observed. To demonstrate the effectiveness of the temporal transformer in extracting temporal feature from visual video modality, the GRU and the bi-LTM are used to replace temporal transformer. After that, an obvious reduction in classification performance can be observed. To validate the effectiveness of the inception unit in capturing time series feature from driving behavior modality, GRU transformer and LSTM are used to replace the inception unit. The classification performance witnessed a significantly decrease. Finally, the effectiveness of concatenation unit is investigated across model attention fusion, MISA fusion, and transformer-based fusion are employed to replace the concatenation unit. The experimental results demonstrate that there is a significant reduction in classification performance. Okay, now I would like to summarize our research work. This paper focuses on the investigation of a driver emotion classification network. Specifically, DCNet comprises 3 modules: the visual video modality processing module, the driving behavior modality processing module, and the fusion decision module. Meanwhile, a multi-test learning strategy with combined loss function is developed to supervise the future extraction across different modalities. To demonstrate the superiority of DCNet, a series of comparative experiments and analyses are conducted with the SOTA maps on PVE model site. The results demonstrate that the DCNet achieves the best classification performance, offering enhanced precision in driver health monitoring and driving safety in smart city. That's all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
And then our final presentation today.
Hello.
This is on decoding provider visual attention using neonatal resuscitation, during neonatal resuscitation.
My name is Felipe Brody, and I will be presenting our work on decoding provider visual attention during neonatal resuscitation. This is a collaboration between the University of Pennsylvania, where I am, and the neonatology unit at CHUM. Now, Neonatal resuscitation, the act of resuscitating newborn infants, requires high attentiveness and quick decision-making from all providers in the room. Now, specifically, this resuscitation refers to a set of critical emergency procedures to help newborns who struggle to breathe at birth. And a rapid medical response is essential to prevent severe complications or death due to hypoxia, making this procedure a high stakes and time-sensitive scenario. So understanding where providers focus their attention can not only improve training of young medical providers, but can also foster real-time decision support and identify inefficiencies. But how can we actually study and understand where providers are attending to during resuscitation? Well, we can actually turn to eye tracking technology, which involves using glasses equipped with sensors to monitor and record where and how long an individual looks at various elements in their environments. Now, eye tracking glasses, like the Tobii glasses, can provide insights into visual attention patterns and decision-making processes by capturing first-person point of view videos, showing exactly where providers focus during an emergency situation. So these glasses can provide data on gaze direction, fixation points, and duration, helping us understand attentional dynamics in real time. So typically, eye tracking with this method will output a gaze indicator over each frame, and traditional post-hoc analysis relies on manually coding where this gaze indicator is, which is a time-consuming, labor-intensive, and unscalable practice. And so recent years, we've actually seen a proliferation of deep learning applied not only to healthcare, but specifically for gaze tracking in medical settings. There's been a surge in the application of multimodal approaches to quantify provider attention during medical procedures directly from eye tracking glasses, including applications in radiology and in surgery. But one of the main challenges in applying deep learning to medical contexts is data scarcity. And we wondered whether modern multimodal foundation models with zero-shot capability might help mitigate this issue. And so by leveraging heavy retrained vision language models, we aim to predict semantic gaze targets directly from video. And so we wanted to develop a method which worked effectively in low data settings to decode provider gaze, or the class that they were currently focusing on directly from first-person videos. And so at a high level, we acquire eye tracking data, utilize the gaze indicator to either crop square images around it, or use mobile segmentation models to segment the object, which we then feed to a final model to classify the paired input into one set of areas of interest. And so for this project, our 7 targets included the infant vital sign monitor, laryngoscope screen, team members, and relevant airway equipment. Now, there are several challenges in automating semantic gaze analysis during neonatal resuscitation. One, it's very hard to acquire medical data, and so we had very little data to actually train models. 2, the eye tracking output, as you can see here in the video on the right, tends to involve setting movements and dynamic scenes. And 3, occasionally the gaze indicator will rest on multiple classes and may be ambiguous. And so to operationalize success, our final goal was to develop a pipeline to predict or code gaze targets as well as a human expert. And so to generate these expert ground truth labels, we relied on several heuristics. Now, wherever relevant, we labeled multiple labels for a given gaze target. This was primarily useful during intubation when the gaze target was near the infant, airway equipment, and intubator gloves. We labeled a target as a given class if the gaze indicator was within 2 real-world inches of that area of interest. Now, a fixation on an area of interest was only considered if it lasted for 3 or more frames. Otherwise, it was classified as a saccade, or a rapid eye movement. And finally, for fixations on areas near the infant, including hands, we prioritize the infant class, especially in single label classification. Now, here's a breakdown of our dataset. For this project, we only had access to 9 videos, each less than 2 minutes long. Now, the video data contained no labels aside from the gaze indicator. So from all videos, we ultimately extracted about 20,000 frames for training, including both segmentation masks and crop images. Now, we first explored the zero-shot vision language models, including clip and tip-adapted clip, which simply includes a small adapter module that's presented with a handful of image text pairs to slightly adjust the outputs of the pre-trained clip model, which in theory allows it to perform better on downstream tests, including this one. And so we fed different types of inputs, including just the frame, the crop or the mask, or a combination of these. And we actually found that these vision language models perform only moderately well on our test image set and even on our held out videos. But remarkably, we found that tip-adapted clip, with only using the cropped image as input, achieved over 90% top 30 accuracy. And so we suspected we could do better than this. And so we then leveraged our novel image dataset to fine-tune a set of image classification models on these gaze targets for both single label and multi-label classification. And remarkably, despite the dynamic scenes and very little training data, we found that the mobile vision transformer was able to achieve a top 1 accuracy of 93% on our test image dataset and a mean average precision of 96% for a multi-label classification. And here's actually what those sample predictions look like. Now at the top, we have a set of predictions on example cropped images, and on the bottom, example masks. And so to create these masks, we used mobile SAM off the shelf because we didn't want our pipeline to rely on the accuracy of the segmentation. Instead, we wanted it to learn to associate the mask noise with the specific class label. Now, when we tested the performance of other segmentation models at inference time, we found that while the mobile SAM model did yield the highest classification accuracy, other segmentation models still performed remarkably well, suggesting that our classification isn't hampered by any given segmentation model. Now, to summarize, we've developed a pipeline that allows us to automatically capture neonatologist gaze dynamics during neonatal resuscitation. And this suddenly opens up the possibility of studying higher level cognitive processes during this emergency procedure. Now, in validating our models, we found that the predictions made by our pipeline mirrored that of expert human annotations across holdout testing videos. And so with this pipeline, although developed on a small data set, we can now visualize transitions between areas of interest at scale. For example, here we see on the right a strong transition between the vitals monitor and the laryngoscope screen. And similarly, we can uncover patterns over longer timescales and relate these patterns to resuscitation procedural steps, including intubation placement. And so to close, we've developed what I think is simple proof of concept pipeline for leveraging modern deep learning models, including both vision language and lightweight mobile models, for quantifying neonatologist gaze dynamics. With this approach, we can analyze emergency procedures at scale, setting the stage for deeper study of decision-making in clinical context. Of course, we need to expand our data set and validate our approach on other domains. Now, with that, I'd like to thank the organizers of CVPM for a wonderful workshop. I'd like to thank my collaborators and the audience for listening. Please feel free to email me if you'd like to discuss further. Thank you.
That brings us to the end of our workshop. For attending, and thank you especially to the presenters for presenting. I know we haven't had a lot of time for discussion. I'd be very happy to meet with anyone tomorrow if you're around and want to have kind of, more time to chat. Part of the purpose of these workshops is to bring people together and sort of foster conversations and collaborations. Just wanted to close by announcing the Best Paper Award. So this is based on the review scores and also the program committee discussion during the review period. And there were a number of great papers, but this year we wanted to award it to NurtureNet.